Heyo. 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 I'm trying to get that that bass and that tenor in my voice that Nathan Sanders has. I'm trying to copy you, Nathan. I'm trying to get that masculine tone. I don't know. Or that Flatman X guy. How do I get that bass? I think I need some new equipment. And my balls need to drop a couple inches. Maybe if my balls drop, I'll get a deeper bass in my voice. I don't know. Who knows? I might just need a better microphone too. And an EQ. Patrick, OTW News, he knows how to get that bass in his voice, but he smokes like a pack of cigarettes a day, maybe more. Maybe I just need to start smoking cigarettes. And I'll get that bass in my voice. Which is weird. All these great singers throughout history, they fucking smoke cigarettes. You think I'm joking? Look it up. Frank Sinatra, cigarettes. Whitney Houston. That bitch used to smoke like a chimney. Yeah. Even Adele. Adele may have the greatest voice ever next to Whitney Houston. She fucking smokes. Maybe smoking's the key to the whole thing. Maybe I need to start smoking. And I'll get that really cool voice. I don't know. Does Flatman X smoke? Flatman, let me know. What's the secret to that voice? Because I see all those fine ladies gravitating around Flatman X. That's right, Pamela Mystical Musings. I'm looking at you. Good morning. I see you over there hanging out with that Flatman X, Pamela. I don't blame you, though. He's dreamy. He is. You're doing a good job, Flatman. He's a dad and everything. He's playing the whole single dad thing up. Oh, ladies, I'd love to continue my broadcast, but I gotta go hang out with my child. Oh my god, Flatman, you're such a good dad. Fucking dude's getting them ovaries flipping. I see Pamela Mystical Musings over there. Her fucking ovaries are doing somersaults with that Flatman X. Give me a break. Come on, Pamela. I mean, Anyway. What are we doing here? I'll start the show. Yeah, Z, just start the show. Give us what we want, when we want it. Exactly fucking on our time frame, Z. I want it my way. St. BK, bitch. Alright. Let's do it. Make sure everything's, so I have like these, like these, like, almost like a nightmare. You know, the nightmares are like, you realize like you're dreaming and then like you're naked, like in the dream. And like, you're out in public somewhere and like, you look down and you realize I used to have these dreams when I was in high school. Like I'd show up to school and I'd be sitting there like in homeroom and I'd look down and I'd have no pants on, just my undies. And then everybody would laugh. I still have that, like, that insecurity here. Like when I turn the camera on, it's going to be like me with like no shirt on, like I forgot or something, or whatever. And I have to remind myself, no, I'm fine, like just turn the camera on. Like it's going to be the same as it is every morning. It's weird. So let's do it. There we go. Although it's funny, Lou Bass yesterday kept telling me to put my pants on for some reason because he just makes weird, fucking stupid comments all the time in my chat. But in some weird, ironic way, he was right. I had no pants on yesterday for the show. I mean, I had undies on. I don't know why. It was hot, and I just had undies on. He was right. How did you know that, Lou? Maybe it only takes a special kind of pervert like Lou Bass to understand those things. I don't know. Anyway, let's start the show. Ready, guys? Here we go. Good morning, everybody. A grand rising and grand approach. Welcome back to Z Show, the show that never ends. We are broadcasting live and in living color all around the level horizontal realm. That's right. It is level and it's horizontal. You know, you can call it flat if you want. I mean, flat's just a word. It's not really a shape. It's just a convenient word that we can use to describe and encapsulate the concept of a level horizontal realm. You get it, guys? Really shows no convexity. That's a cool thing about water. You know, water's kind of something you could trust. It's like it's an aspect of nature. And we have a friend of the show, that tells us that nature never lies. And that any other concept would be poppycock. And water doesn't lie, guys. It just doesn't. I mean, I know water can bend. I know everybody says, Z, what about a bubble? Have you ever seen a bubble, Z? It's bendy water, perfect sphere. That means we live in a sphere. We live in a sphere because of a bubble. Okay. I've seen a raindrop. I've seen a meniscus, like in a beaker. I get it. That's called surface tension. But at some point of volume, and it doesn't take much, the volume of the water is more than the surface tension. And then you just find it's level and horizontal. You know? Just think about it, guys. It's not a hard concept. Have you ever taken a bath when you're sitting in the bathtub and you can bring your eye level down to the water? What do you notice? The water in your bath? It's level. Perfectly level. And then if you go out to your pool, you have it in your backyard, it's a little bit larger than bath, certainly. What do you find? Your pool. It's level. Perfectly level. And then maybe you walk, I don't know, down the street, like in my town, I have a lake, like not too far from me. And I look at the lake, and guess what? Still level. And then if I go even further, maybe a half-hour drive from me, I come to the ocean. And when I look at all that horizon, the horizontal horizon, I notice it's level, right? Here's the point, guys. If everything's level, if all water that we can observe and all, bodies of water larger than the meniscus or larger than the beaker is level and horizontal, well, what point does it curve to form the globe that you apparently live on? I don't know. I just ask questions like this. What do I know? Anyway, welcome to Z Show. Let's see who's here this morning. Bear Jew in the house. Much love, Uncle Rick. Capricorny. Snafu snaps. The optics are high with his truth yo. Nuba. Back again for another morning. Although it's evening for Nuba. Much love. Big Drink Tea. What's up to you? We already said hi to Pamela of Pamela's Mystical Musings. No is in the house. Much love, no. Heidi, Divine Spirit 313. Looks like Uncle Rick's telling me don't smoke cigarettes. Uncle Rick, I never smoked cigarettes, but a few years ago I picked up vaping for like 6 months. And it became a habit really quickly. I was just constantly vaping, hitting the stupid vape. I enjoyed aspects of it, and then after a while I said, look, I need to drop this. J Craft. Much love, J Craft. Ruled by Saturn. Yeah. Feather Bear. Much love, Feather Bear. It's always nice to see your smiling face. What's your deal, Feather Bear? I don't mean like in a sexual way. I don't want to be like overly sexual with all my female listeners, but you just look like you You kind of look like you're nice. Like Feather Bear looks like the kind of woman who would like bake you muffins, and there'd always be fresh sheets on the bed. Listen up, Thunder Chicken. You might learn a lesson from Feather Bear. But I could just see that, Feather Bear. Like your probably whole environment that you live in probably smells nice. You probably like have essential oils that you infuse into the air and burn really sweet smelling candles and stuff. You'd probably make me like banana bread, gluten free. I don't know. I'm getting into my imagination with Feather Bear this morning. I do that sometimes, guys. It just happens. I don't know. What do I know? Glyph in the house. A buongiorno. Yeah. Muffins. Muffins. And banana bread. That's what I'm picturing from Feather Bear. She probably smells really good herself. Can imagine. Right, Green Man. We got to learn about ringworms yesterday. You never know what you're going to learn here on Z Show. It's I mean, it's just a wealth of information, no doubt about it. Who we don't see here this morning is we don't see Calvin Mauve, who I know is listening to me right now. Calvin, I told you, Calvin, if you couldn't control yourself, you're going to get banned from my show. And we don't see Calvin here this morning. What a shame. Maybe if Calvin learns how to control himself and he could practice some degree of self-discipline, maybe we'll be able to see Calvin here again in chat. But until Calvin can prove otherwise, I think we're going to have to, let Calvin stay on a timeout. Because you can say stuff about me, anybody, but when you're just consistently spamming my chat over and over again and looping, you're going to have to go into a Z Show timeout. Like a cage. Like Rob Cleveland. He's in timeout. He knows that. Whether Rob wants to come back or not, it's going to be up to him. But, sometimes people just need a lesson in self-control. Just kind of has to be like that sometimes. I don't know. Mateo says, yo, Herb, will you talk about what I was saying yesterday? See, Mateo, this is when you get a little bit out of your depths, when you start just like referencing random things like I'm supposed to know what you're talking about, dude. I tried to bring you back up on the show yesterday, Mateo. I saw you hanging around backstage forever, and you were zoned out. So I really don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Pamela says she took a digital break, and she comes back, and all the wrenches are gone. That's right, Pamela. No more wrenches on Z Show. It's too much for people. You give somebody just like a modicum of power, and they just take it too far. What's the expression? Give them an inch, and they'll take like a mile. Take a yard, whatever that is. Yeah, no wrenches. It's funny with like watching people get upset when the wrenches are gone, and then rage quit, then come back 3 days later. I don't mean you, Pamela. I'm talking about other people. And then like how stupid they must feel when they realize that all the wrenches are gone. And then they're like, oh, I'm not the special boy. Even Heidi's wrench was yanked. A lot of people have been advocating for Heidi to have her wrench returned. But I don't think it's going to happen. No wrenches. No wrenches here. The wrench power is just too much. Like, you guys feel like you get a wrench in your hand, and you think like you're like, all of a sudden, like you're like Thor, the god of thunder, with your fucking hammer of the gods, the wrench of the gods, everybody. It's not like that. It's stupid. Get out of your imaginations, everybody. It's not the way it works. It's just not. So, yeah. But I get it, Pamela. Taking a digital break. It's understandable. I've been taking my digital breaks like every day. I do my best after the show, like not to like kind of be like this YouTube, like this like OCD YouTube guy, because I know many of us are like addicted to the platform, and I get it. So I'm trying to find that balance. I think I'm pretty much there. Like I still follow the content creators that I like and that I'm interested in. And it depends. Sometimes I'll just kind of zone into their show. Other times I'll just listen to them on fast forward just to get the info. Um, like this morning I was listening to some different content creators. I go back and forth with people. Who else showed up here? Who else? Mental Pancakes. Much love, Mental Pancakes. Although your screen name like just always makes me hungry every time I see it. I see pancakes and it just triggers something in me. Because I do love pancakes. Blueberry, by the way. Blueberry pancakes are the best pancakes. Some people say, oh, banana. I can go banana. Like banana walnut pancakes. Unbelievable. But you make them with fresh blueberries. I live in I'm going to totally dox myself now. I live in a part of South Jersey where there's a lot of blueberry farms. Believe it or not, New Jersey is the garden state, everybody. A lot of people don't know that, especially southern New Jersey where I live. There's a lot of blueberries, and this is pretty much blueberry season. The end of June, like the third week of June till now, depending on the specific variety of blueberries they're harvested now, man. You take some fresh blueberries and you whip them up with some pancakes, some ooey gooey butter with some nice Vermont maple syrup. But if I'm gonna be truthful, guys, I like maple syrup, but I kind of like more the fucking trashy commercial version of syrup, which isn't really actual pure Vermont maple syrup. Even that Canadian syrup, it's like the Aunt Jemima version of the syrup is my favorite. And what I do is I take the butter and I mix it with the syrup, and you put it like in the microwave or just in a saucepan for a little bit, and you melt the butter in with the syrup, so it just becomes a liquidy, oily, wonderful mess. And then you just drench that on top of the pancakes. But the thing about it is, guys, if you have a stack of pancakes, you can't just drench it across the top. You have to lift up the pancakes and you have to distribute the butter syrup mix individually on the top of each individual pancake. Then you cut them. You have to cut them all first, and then you eat the fucking things. There's a method. Anyway, who else is here? Objective Truth, much love. Samantha Sweet Ann, good to see you. Good to see you. Somewhere in Time, much love. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I just heard thunder outside. There's a thunderstorm going on here early in the morning. Weather's weird anymore. There was a good thunder crackle. Yeah. Nuba says, if it's not live, I don't watch it. Unless referred as a much watch. Well, whatever, Nuba. Somewhere in Time saying crepes. Yeah. A good crepe. Even a bad crepe. I can get down with that. Ramon Marquez, much love. Much love. Yeah. I must be hungry this morning. I just went off on pancakes. Which is nice. Which is nice. So yeah, guys. I don't want to make it a practice of banning people, but I'll bring you back, guys, if you're banned after a certain amount of time. I don't want to ban people. The funny thing is, I don't even ban my haters. Here's a little tip. Z will probably ban you if you come here and you play as if you're one of my biggest supporters and I love you, Z. I love you. And then you just turn on me like a psycho out of nowhere. Rob Cleveland, I'm looking at you. Which is weird, Rob. Like, you're in a category. Like, I looked at my band list on YouTube, and it's just a list of miscreants, and it's not like a big list. And I see Rob Cleveland on there. Rob, I want you to think about that, like the category that you're in right now on Z Show. You're categorized with like the fucking biggest miscreants of YouTube. Maybe use that as a learning lesson, Rob. Think about it, dude. You too, Calvin Mauve. Like, I didn't. Voynix's not even banned, and he's disgusting. Voynix's like some kind of modern day, like neo-Nazi fucking fascist guy who just screams like racial epitaphs like over and over and over again. Can't stop saying the N-word. And he's not even banned from my channel. Think about it, guys. I don't know. It's weird. It's real weird, guys. I don't know what to make of it. I guess it's kind of the way it is. It's a little sad, even. Kind of sad. I don't know. Who knows, Rob? I don't think our story's done. Our love story. Mr. Cleveland. It is a metaversal love story, really. And guys, I'm going to be honest. I do miss Rob. So Uncle Rick, I know you're buddies with Rob. Can you talk to Rob, Uncle Rick? Maybe, you can help like mend the rift that's developed between the two of us, because it's hurtful for me. And I really, yeah. Feather Bear says Rob and Z will make a comeback. I hope. Because I miss you, Rob. Matter of fact, I think I need to, when I start feeling emotional like this, everyone, I like to write my thoughts down in my diary. So maybe I'll do that right now. I'll just take a moment and I'll if you guys will let me. I mean, I know I'm doing a show and everything now, but I kind of like, when I'm feeling down, I know I need to write in my diary. It always makes me feel better. I know Rob's cool, Pamela. That's what hurts so bad. It really does. So just allow me, guys, to take a few moments to do a little diary entry here, and maybe I'll feel better afterwards. So, with that being said, let me get out my diary. Let me get it out. It's leather bound. I have a leather bound diary, and I use like a quill pen. It's like a feather that I dip in ink, just so it's I don't know. It's just a little more romantic. Yeah. Dear Diary, it's July 21st, 2023, and I miss Rob Cleveland. He was one of my best friends in the metaverse. And even more than that, he's beautiful. He has long, luscious, dreaded hair. And it probably doesn't even smell. He probably smells clean, even though, how could you wash those dreads? I miss his dreads. I miss his pearly white smile, that big grin that he has. I miss you, Rob. And sometimes I wonder, will I ever see you again? Will you ever show up on my show and allow me to bask in your warm presence? I don't know. The thought of never seeing you again is almost unbearable for me, Rob Cleveland. I picture all these lonely mornings without you, and I wonder, how will I ever go on? How can I get through the day and the rest of my life without ever seeing you? And then I think, it doesn't have to be like this. How did we let ourselves get so wrapped up in our collective imaginations? What happened between us, Rob? And then I think, I know what it was. It was that nasty Paul enslaved. He's so mean sometimes. He's such a big brute. And I miss him. Yeah, like Uncle Rick says, Rob will never come back in his opinion. And when I hear Uncle Rick say that, it makes me even sadder. Because I realize that something so wonderful can go so wrong so quickly. And then I blame that Paul enslaved. He's so crude and rude. And I realized that no matter what I could ever do, Rob will never love me more than Paul. And that makes me sad. Because I know Paul really doesn't love Rob. I love Rob more than anybody. I mean, oh, am I really coming clean with my feelings here? Am I discovering something about myself that I'm actually like deeply and hopelessly in love with you, Rob, and I have unrequited homosexual feelings that I may never be able to resolve? It just makes me more and more sad to think about it. I don't know. Maybe if I go to Flattoberfest, I'll be able to see Rob live and in person. And once our eyes meet, as we gaze across the auditorium of drunk and sexually thirsty flat earthers, he'll realize how much he really does love me, and that he loves me more than Paul. Paul's not even a flat earther, Rob. Why do you love me more than Paul? He still thinks he lives on a planet. How do you love a guy who thinks that Earth is a planet more than me? Oh, this diary entry was supposed to help me, and it's making me more sad. Oh, God. I miss you, Rob. Please come back. Please come back, Rob. I want to know what it's like to smell your dreadies. Do you use patchouli oil? Is that what you do? I know a lot of like dready guys use patchouli oil. Anyway, until next entry, thank you, diary. You're always here to listen to me. You're truly my best friend. Signed, Zetetic Warrior. I think I feel better. Yeah, I think I feel better. But I do miss you, Rob. You know, maybe Rob will hear my diary entry. And and he'll realize, you know, that I'm his true love, not Paul enslaved. That nasty brute who's so rough around the edges. But I don't know. Maybe Rob just likes it rough. Like maybe I'm a little too gentle for Rob, you know. I'm a little too beta. I think Rob likes that alpha masculine energy that only Paul enslaved can show. You know? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what Mitch says. He seems over the games and false BS to me. Everyone loves Rob, but you found a way to make it weird. Oh, was that weird for everybody? I don't know. Mitchell, I'm just trying to work through my emotions. Is it okay? Is it wrong for me to be, connected to Rob? Yeah. It's sad. Anyway, Rob, have fun with your love affair with Paul Enslaved. Yeah, I know, guys. I think Rob likes it rough. Rob's in that stage. Rob's still in his hoe phase, you know? Yeah, I am letting it out, Mitch. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity in front of all you guys to express myself in a truly, deep and heartfelt way. But I think Rob's just in his hoe phase now. I mean, he is in his 20s. And I don't think Rob's ready for the tender care that somebody like myself could offer him. Rob's going to want he's in his bad boy phase. Rob's going to want it hard and rough and dirty. I know Paul'll be able to give it to him like that. But maybe someday, Rob, maybe when you're done with the bad boys and you've realized that they're only going to keep breaking your heart over and over again, maybe then you'll be ready for somebody like Zetetic Warrior you know, who's ready to take care of you and to nurture you, dude. I don't know. I'm trying to let it go, Green Man. I know. I'm trying to let Rob go, but it's difficult. He's kind of one of a kind, you know. And I don't know. I'll try. I'm gonna try my best. Yeah. Yeah. Things get gay sometime. He is in his rebellious stage. Uncle Rick, he's in his rebellious stage. He needs to get it out of his system. Once Paulie's done with him, like once Paulie like rides him rough shot, and once you know Paulie discards him, and he's on to his next sexual conquest, I think Rob will come crawling back to me. And I'll just have to be in a place, Uncle Rick, where I'm emotionally and spiritually and consciously complete and sound enough where I'll be able to take Rob back. And hopefully my ego won't get in the way. Yeah. I'm glad you guys understand like what I'm going through. It's so difficult. It really is. So, until that day, we'll just have to remain hopeful. Well, Snafu, I'm handling it the best I can. Breakups are not easy for anybody, especially when the other partner moves on so quickly. And you have to watch them be so in love, you know? I mean, I thought it was rough for me, like when my marriage broke up and I had to like watch my wife move on. And she was pregnant before we were even divorced. Like I thought that was hard for me, but this is much harder. Watching Rob like run off and be so happy and so blissful with Paul. This has been like the toughest time of my life. Mhm. Yeah, I agree, Uncle Rick, and that's the only thing I can do when Rob comes back to me after Paulie's done with him. I'll have to just realize that when Rob comes back that I need to take him back in and that he really needs me. And that I'm the one who's going to show him the unconditional love. I agree with you. hmm. Let's yeah. It is hard for me. What are you saying, London Man? He said Rob is the first black androgynous boy in this realm, which we call Earth. P.S. The Holy AI Book Part 7 will be showing today. Oh, look at that. London Man, London McLovin dropping some an exclusive here. He's dropping his next episode of his series tonight. What time can we look forward to that, London Man? When should we tune in to your show, to your channel for this? Do tell. We'll get the London Man promotion in. Let us know, dude. Yeah. Ruled by Saturn wants to know. I want to know. 9 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. Cool, London Man. You know what? Let's drop a link to London Man's channel in the chat for anybody who's so inclined, and they can go check out his latest episode of the Holy AI book, and it'll be part 7 tonight. Yeah, links in the chat for anybody. Which I believe is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, No's telling me that it's 6 hours behind. Why do I always get confused about this? Why can't I remember? Maybe it is 6 hours. Actually, that probably sounds more like it. Anyway, it's 9 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, everybody. It's easy to figure out. It's called Greenwich Mean Time. I think they call it Common Time now, though. I think they changed it. But GMT is what I grew up with, so I'm going to go with it. I want to do something a little different this morning. And I don't care if you guys fucking don't like it or not, but a lot of people have been saying to me, Z, why don't you ever talk about the Mandela effect? I've been getting that one a lot. There's a lot of Mandela effect people around, and they keep saying to me, Z, you used to talk about the Mandela effect, and you don't do it anymore. And you're a fucking sellout. I actually have people come up to me, they're like, you're like Owen Benjamin. He used to talk about the Mandela effect, and now he's against it. Well, I'm not against the Mandela effect, guys. It's just not one of the things that I prominently talk about anymore. So I went to, in an effort to, to kind of calm all you Mandela effect people down who were trying to say that Z is some kind of Mandela effect sellout. I'm gonna we're gonna show that Z's not, and we're gonna take a trip back in time this morning. So that's what we're gonna do. I don't care what you fucking say. So I'm gonna play for you guys, and it's long. It's gonna take up a good chunk of the morning, but I don't care because I'm gonna play you an interview that yours truly, Zetetic Warrior, had with one Brian Stavely from November of last year. And it was actually one of my first long interviews. Actually, the first long interview I ever had. Bear Jew says, is the Mandela effect a scam or is it real? Well, we're going to find out, Bear Jew. I think it's real. So maybe you're going to be interested in this, Uncle Rick. You probably never saw this. I'm going to play. It's over an hour, guys. So settle in. Get a cup of coffee. We may do like quick interludes, but it's like over an hour. And we're going to play Brian Stavely and Zetetic Warrior talking about the Mandela effect. If I may be so bold, everyone, I'm going to boldly claim that I feel as though this is the quintessential Mandela effect interview. And I'm going to play it here so it's preserved for all posterity and all time. Because who knows? I don't know what's going to happen. Who knows? Stavely could take it down. It's no, you can't find this interview on YouTube, by the way, because it was like a 5-hour interview that Brian had to pull because of some of the things we talked about, and his channel's always up on the block. Nubu says he saw this. It's a great watch. Thanks, Nubu. Nuba, whatever the fuck your name is. And anyway, let's watch it, guys. And feel free to comment. I'll chime in sometimes. And like I said, it's over an hour. So yeah, do a wake and bake, Pamela. Listen to this. She loves the man. Pamela, if you've never seen this, you're gonna love it. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that Pamela's gonna love it. I mean, not everybody's gonna love it. Some people are gonna be like, "Fuck you, Z. The Mandela effect's a psyop, and it's stupid." All right, well, that's your opinion, but I don't think it is. And Z is gonna show you why he doesn't. And in this interview, I go through my top 20 Mandela effects. And let's stop the hype. Let's play it. And for all you chatters, if anybody comes in a chat and they say, "What is this?" just let them know. It's Z being interviewed by Stavely last November regarding the Mandela effect. Anyway, Stavely, Z, take it away. Much love, everybody. And we'll be back after the interview. And I'll open the panel up after this, okay? Much love. Here goes. This is from Z's Zetetic Warriors My Awakening interview with Brian Stavely from November 2nd, 2022. And it's good stuff. Here it is.
All right, everyone. Wow, and like 15, 20 people leave during the break. You guys are weak. Where are you guys going? This is the best stream going right now. I don't care about all the big channels that are live right now. We're the best, like Z said. All right, real quick. Let me just tell people we're doing My Awakening, episode 80. We're getting Zetetic Warriors' entire awakening journey, and I think it's going to be a long one today. We're getting into a lot of stuff, and if you get here late, just know that it is going to disappear off YouTube when we're done, but I am up on Rockfin, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and it'll be on Odyssey and Rumble tomorrow. All the links are below if you're on YouTube. They're already in the show notes to jump over to the other platforms if that happens, but you guys should all know how to find me everywhere else by now, I would hope. So a lot of people know that my favorite topic as of late is the Mandela effect, which I think is the biggest thing to ever happen. And, I know that you said you wanted to get into this. So why don't you tell me when your first introduction to the topic was, what it was, and then when you started to take it seriously? Because, usually we kind of go through a few stages of it.
Yeah. So firstly, the reason I like the Mandela effect topic so much is it really is the ultimate test of, are you going to define yourself by your own divinity, your own sovereignty, your own mental capacity? Are you going to define yourself by that, or by what the system tells you? Mm-hmm. Because you have to make a choice, Brian, because everybody's Mandela affected.
Yep.
Everybody's Mandela affected. Now, what they do with that, that's the choice. And that's why I love it so much. Because once you realize that it was always a beautiful day in this neighborhood, and every day when you sat there and watched Mr. Rogers, it said it was always a beautiful day in the neighborhood. When you know that, and you're faced, it's like what I was talking about before with the splitting, how people split their personalities and they psychically make a split because you're faced with this decision at that moment. Now, you could lie to the world, that's one thing. But once you start lying to yourself, that's insanity.
That's why it's so mind-boggling to me that people will go there and just throw all their experiences and everything away like that.
Yeah. That's the reason I love Mandela effect so much, because it's the perfect test of saying, well, I see the evidence that this thing is happening. I may not understand the mechanism behind it. I may not even be able to grasp what that mechanism is, but I see the evidence, and the evidence can't be ignored. right? So
Yet the large majority of the so-called truth movement does ignore it, dismiss it, mock it, ridicule it, try and laugh and make jokes at people like me and others that cover
so
it.
here's how I look at it now. You know, Brian, I used to get real angry about that, but here's where I am now with it. We all make our deals in this world, right? This world is a world of duality, right? We all have to make our little deals, our little contracts with the reality, right? We all have to make our little contracts. And I think they made theirs. So without mentioning names, if you have a big channel and you're really big on a particular subject, say flat earth, and you're faced with this Mandela effect, you have a choice to make how you're going to present that, right? So we all make our deals, Brian. And you know, so I don't blame them for making their deals. I don't blame them. We all do it. We all do it. So, and they serve a purpose, you know. I love Dave Weiss, but he was on here and at least he had the balls to come on and tell you he didn't believe in the Mandela effect, you know, because if you're Dave Weiss, and he's one of my favorite people, honestly. I've never met him, but I love his attitude. I love his everything. But I'm using him as an example because I have no ill will towards him, because if you're Dave Weiss, you're the flat earth guy, right? So if he has to make the deal to deny it publicly, even if he knows it's true, I don't blame him for that anymore. And I used to be angry about it a couple months ago. So you understand what I'm saying, Brian? So if he needs to make that deal to be the flat earth guy, to not scare people away, right? But it's interesting because people will make the deals, but yet they'll go right into Tartaria and right into mud floods and you know, say reality might have been created in 1850, but it might have been. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying, like, why grasp that, you know, or like, you know, melted bricks or giant trees and, you know, tree mountains and shit and all that stuff, which is cool. I'm into that stuff too. But like, it's weird, like, you know, or I saw on another particular YouTubers, you know, and I didn't mean to use David. Like, I love David so much, but my point is that, like, if he has to make that deal, I don't blame him, right? Just to keep some kind of credibility to the normies to get him into truth. Or but another big flat earth channel who is a vocal, outspoken denier, but they'll do like shows on, like, you know, weird supernatural stuff. And I'm way into the supernatural, right? But you know what I'm saying? It's like they'll do a show on like astral projection or psychic kinesis or whatever, right? But they'll still deny the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Very
But I used to be really angry about it, dude. I used to be like, I would even say 4 months ago, used to piss me off because I thought they were sellouts. But maybe we're all sellouts a little bit, Brian. Like I said, we all make our deals. You have to make deals in this world. It's not a pure world. It's not. And they made theirs there. That's where they drew their line. So they're missing out. So they're missing out on it. But yeah, I don't want to say any more about it. I wanted to say it out about people, but I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. But yeah, dude. So that's the question, Brian. Are they lying to themselves? You could lie to the world. You can tell the world you don't believe in the Mandela effect because you don't want to look stupid. Here's the thing, man. You know how it is. It's like we said, is it a sacrifice? Once you take certain stances, there's no coming back from it, right?
It's so blatantly obvious though. When these people deny it, they look fucking stupid. I mean, and I'm not doing it anymore, but I spent a good part of 4 years showing how everybody is Mandela affected, including all the big name truthers and everything. And I mean, I get
everybody's
what you're saying.
Mandela affected.
I look at it different, and I'm not even interested in pointing out any of these people anymore. It's a fucking complete waste of my time at this point. I made my point to the whole truth community. They can see it now, and we've got so many good people in the chat. That was more my goal, anyways. Wake the people up, and not so much wake the content creators up. It was to get them so that their people would take it seriously. But we've got the people that are going to be on board now, I think. But at the same time, I'm extremely disappointed. You might not be, but this isn't my interview, but you know how I feel. And if I'm not going to engage and if I'm not going to point out these people or try to engage them or anything, I can just say this. I really have a hard time taking any Mandela effect deniers seriously. And I hear, And I hear a lot of other channels that you haven't mentioned. Oh, they'll take shots at me and the Mandela effect, and it's like, I think you guys are a joke. I mean, yeah, you guys can point out fakery forever. We know all that shit's fake. We've known it for a long time. It's far from impressive anymore. I think what's really the most phenomenal thing is that you would deny the fucking nose on your own face if reality told you it wasn't there. Like, it's fucking absolutely absurd. I mean, all of these people, endless Mandela effects coming out their mouth because they live in this fucking reality with us. They're literally denying their own reality. Like, we've learned through some of the journeys we went on Earth, right? What did we learn? Well, they're hiding the supernatural, and we need to trust our own observations, experience, and senses. And then when it comes to the Mandela effect, everybody does a fucking 180, tucks their tail through their legs, and fucking runs and hides.
So I got a take on it. Ready? You remember the whole? I'll bring up a name, Owen Benjamin, who I like a lot. He originally came out and he was all about the Mandela effect. With like what was it, Columbu, and all that stuff. Remember?
And Field of Dreams, of course.
Yeah. So here's my point. He made a very telling statement that stuck with me when he was doing the Field of Dreams stuff. When he kind of flip flopped and when he was denying the Mandela effect and kind of trying to excuse the Field of Dreams thing, he said something, Brian, that was a window into the psyche. He said, well, I can't accept, I'm going to paraphrase, but I don't remember exactly, but he basically said, I can't accept a fluid reality because what happens, I wake up one morning and I forget that my wife's my wife and my kids are my kids. And that's when I said, oh, this is a psychological thing. See, he's invested, right? So he has a family. He has a family to take care of. He has this wife and kids. So his mind, his conception is that, and it's a fear, right? It's a defense mechanism, because if he submits to a fluid reality, then that thing that he needs to hold on to, he's afraid he might lose that in that fluid reality, which wouldn't happen. But that's the rationalization. Do you understand what I'm saying, dude? It's like, I heard him say it. He says, he said it quickly. He's like, what if I wake up one morning and I forget my wife's my wife? And I said, oh, I get it. You're kind of projecting psychically or psychologically out, because in your head, you can't grasp. Honestly, because I don't think they could handle the concept of a fluid reality. It's scary. Brian, my first Mandela effect freaked me out, dude. I had like almost a nervous breakdown.
What was it?
Mentally, mentally. It was a JFK thing,
Yeah.
People go back and forth. Some people say there was always 6 people, but I used to study the JFK thing, man. It was one of my first forays into truth, was coming out. And when the car changed, it blew my mind. Like, it was like I was saying before, my flat earth moment, with realizing that an elliptical orbit's crazy. But when the JFK thing, because I had studied the JFK thing, and then when I noticed the car was completely different, and it wasn't so much that I remembered how many seats there were, or rows, how there's 3 rows now and 6 people. That wasn't what got me. It's the second windshield that's in front of his face. It's like there's a second windshield in between, like right in front of him, in between the second and third rows. There's like a panel glass or whatever it is. That was never there. Because how would it be? I always remember thinking, oh, if he's on the grassy knoll up there, how would he get through? So that was the one that got me. The second one that got me, Brian, was Jaws. We're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah.
I remember I was watching Jaws, and this is before I knew what the Mandela effect was. So, which means I probably saw it first and then only realized it was the Mandela effect after I was watching it. And I heard Chief Brody, in that part where Chief Brody says, hey, now I was watching it, and he goes, he sees the shark, and he looks over to Quinn. I love the movie Jaws. It's a great movie, Jaws. Seen it a million times. And he looks over to Quinn and says, you're going to need a bigger boat. Now, what? Remember, it just stuck, but I didn't think too much of it. I was like, that sounded weird. You're going to need a bigger boat. What the fuck's he talking? I'm like, in my head, I'm like, why would he say you're going to need a bigger boat? He's in it. They're all in this together, right? It doesn't make any sense. There's 3 guys on this mission to take down this shark. He's the hero. He's Chief Brody, And he turns to Quinn and says, you're going to need a bigger boat. and it stuck out to me, but I didn't know what it was. Right. So then the JFK thing, but I came across all of it through, I was into, what's his name? Matt from Quantum of Conscious. He's actually the YouTuber I've been with the longest. I've been with Matt. I watch every one of his videos, and since he started, he used to have a channel called Texas Shrugged, and I started watching him on Quantum Con. So he was the one who first started talking about Mandela effect, and I started absorbing it and everything, and it was, I didn't really take it in until I started looking into it, and I saw how many there were, and I realized this isn't my memory. There's too many.
Yeah.
All you really need is one anchor memory. If you have an anchor, if you have something that's an anchor, and I have 3 of them, once you see that, that's all that matters. You just need
Dude,
one.
there's nobody. I mean,
I
you're not going to tell me that I don't know what the Volkswagen logo looked like on the back of my car. You can go fuck yourself with this mismemory shit. Seriously, these people,
Yeah.
these Mandela effect deniers, you guys are fucking clowns, dude. Seriously. And again, there's people that are going to disagree on certain Mandela effects, right? But then when we get into a deeper discussion of this, which we will, and how this reality actually works, we're kind of all in our own individual reality. We're not even all affected by the same one. So however that fits in, whether it's a frequency-based reality, we're all perceiving it almost the same time, but not always the same. There's a lot of things that come into it. But to say that there's no real Mandela effects, reality's not changing, in 2022, you really do look like a clown, at least to me. But continue.
Yeah, dude. Well, that's why, Brian, that's why I was in that on that panel that we were on the other night. That's why I was so hard on that guy about stupid quantum shit, because I was trying to, when you're trapped in a quantum world, when you're trapped in a world of particles, this particle physics that they present to us, which is a kindergarten physics. Anyway, when you're trapped in that world, you're going to see things a certain way. But once you realize that likely this whole reality that we experience is consciousness. Okay. I said this in one of my videos not long ago, is we have this conception that humans have consciousness, right? So when you live in a ever expanding universe where we evolved from amoebas, there's this presented to us that at a certain point along our history of evolution, that we as humanity emerged consciousness, that it sprung out of this evolution. But in essence, I don't see it that way at all. I see consciousness as the overarching reality. And I see the physical reality that we experience as just a part of that. Like you said, probably a frequency. If you see this reality as a consciousness spectrum, a spectrum of frequency, the reality that we experience is some sort of dimension, probably. So once you look at the reality as consciousness, we don't have consciousness, we are consciousness. And the barriers dissolve. And all the ancients, if you look at the different ancient cultures, they all allude to this kind of thing. People call it New Age, Brian. It's not New Age. They call it New Age because they have the Bible and they have what they're indoctrinated into. New Age concepts are older and predate the Bible by a long shot. Okay, when you look at the old Hindu and Vedic writings of what this reality is, when you look at the ancient Sumerians and all these cultures that predate the Judeo-Christian doctrines and orthodoxy, these cultures predate them by thousands of years. If you buy into the history that we're given, we don't have to. I don't. But if this is take history as it's presented, these quote unquote New Age concepts of consciousness are anything but New Age. They predate all the biblical scriptures. So anyway, so when you look at this reality as consciousness, all right, and everything we see as consciousness, well, the Mandela effect makes perfect sense. All right. They're trying to tell us it's a simulation. They want to point to CERN. They want to point to we're in some simulation. Okay, well, if you want to use simulation as just a synonym for God or consciousness, okay. But if you're trying to tell me we're in a simulation where basically we're a computer program or not, I'm not buying that, right? This is what they want to do, because they're bringing everything back to the particle world. They're going to start talking about quantum mechanics, quantum computing, D-wave computers.
Yep.
That's just bullshit, dude. That's what they're going to take us. So it's CERN, it's quantum, and they're smashing like that guy the other night. He was a smart guy, so indoctrinated, man. But CERN's doing this, and they're crashing particles and God particle and quantum entanglement with electrons.
Crazy.
And everything.
Black holes. He was throwing out there black holes that they were making with CERN.
Yeah.
Like, wow, this is good.
Brian, I loved dismantling him systematically just with questions, because once you apply any degree of logic and reasoning, they fall apart. And you don't even have to say anything, dude. You just have to ask them questions and lead them down a track of logic. And quickly, if they have any degree of intelligence, you can see them. They'll hit it. They'll hit like a brick wall in their logic, and they can't go any further. So, and you'll watch them roll over, or they'll react violently or aggressively. It's interesting, but fuck was I saying? So yeah, consciousness, dude. So what they want to do is they'll try to keep us in this particle world. No, it's Einsteinian bullshit. This and it's Einstein-Rosen bridges and wormholes and
Yeah,
and
it's nonsense.
you know,
It's keeping us in their lives, which
right.
is what I feel that I honestly feel that any content creator that knows the Mandela effect is real, but is telling people it's not, they're totally keeping people in the lie of the physical matrix. Whether they tell people the Earth is flat and events on TV are fake or not, I mean, that's just unfathomable to me.
Right, because that's
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, it goes down to the fundamental concept of what this reality is.
Do you really
Brian,
want to know
once you
truth? Are we really trying to figure out what this place is if we deny the Mandela effect? I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Absolutely not.
Well, Brian, the Mandela effect, I'm going to say it, dude. It proves God. If you really want to get down to it.
Yeah, dude.
It proves God, because God's a concept, right? Because if this is all consciousness, it's just God, right? Whatever God is, whatever you think God is, it's just what it is, right? So maybe they can't face God, because when you have to face that there's truly a God, a concept of a God, you have to truly face that there's morals, principles. You have to face that there's actually a right and wrong, not just some morally ambiguous, culturally influenced right and wrong. An actual right and wrong, we may not know what it is, but right and wrong exists in the absolute, in a world of consciousness, in a world of God. So to admit that this is consciousness,
yeah, dude,
you have to admit
yeah,
that there's God, and now you are accountable. Once you admit there's a God, you're accountable for what you do. So go ahead.
No, I mean, you're spot on with that. Why don't we go into your list of 20, but like let's really meticulously look at each one, because let's put.
That's what I wanted to do. Good. I'm glad. And
you're gonna go into this. I'm just gonna shut the camera off for 1 second. I have my headphones. I'm just stepping to the bathroom to pee, but you can start on your first one. We don't need a break or anything. I'll be back in 60 seconds, but I'm listening.
All right. This is gonna be fun. So I'm gonna go in descending order, right? So I ranked them into my most progressively stronger effects. All right. So first honorable mention, because I had two that I couldn't fit in. Dark Side of the Moon. All right. I just came across this one. I didn't realize this one, but now it's apparently always been the Dark Side of the Moon. Well, I don't remember that. Dark Side of the Moon, Brian, was one of my favorite albums when I was in college, 1997, my second year of college, maybe. I used to listen to Dark Side of the Moon going to bed every single night. I loved the album, right? It was always Dark Side of the Moon, Dark Side of the Moon, everything, commercials, but all of a sudden it's always been the Dark Side of the Moon. The reason it didn't make my list is because I haven't looked into it enough to substantially stand behind it, right? So that's why I put it on there. Now, that could easily be in my top 10.
Yeah.
If I substantiate it more, right?
I've triggered some deniers with that one.
Some deniers?
Oh yeah, I've triggered them.
Why? Because they know it was Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh, because they know it was Dark Side of the Moon, but they won't accept the Mandela effect no matter what, so they get triggered and mad at me. I'm not the one changing your fucking reality. Hey, maybe we're all changing it together, but I'm not specifically changing this and trolling you. Reality's changing it. I just, man.
Brian, in the 1990s, Pink Floyd was still huge, dude. Huge. I was in college. Everybody loved Pink Floyd. They were awesome. You take a couple bong rips and you put on Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
And you just everybody knew it. I could remember every other dorm room had the poster and a fucking thing, dude. I remember the posters. I remember going to record stores. There was always Dark Side of the Moon, Dark Side of the Moon. There was no the.
No.
So that's Dark Side of the Moon is one of the hugest albums ever. It was a breakthrough album, like 1972, 1971. It was one of the first albums to employ computer technology, Brian. It was one of the first albums where they used like synthesizers and digital technology
Yeah.
in the recording and producing process. It was a monumental album. Okay. Everybody knows there's Dark Side of the Moon. But the reason it didn't make my list is because I haven't really looked into this.
Yeah, it's a legit one. I looked into it a few years ago, and it is one that there is some UK releases where you can still find written the old way on some of the releases, but at least all the ones in the United States for sure are all the Dark Side of the Moon.
Okay. The second and last honorable mention is If You Build It, They Will Come.
Love it.
The only reason it didn't make my list was because I was kind of young when the movie came out, Field of Dreams. I remember If You Build It, They Will Come, but I can't definitively in my mind separate it because I liked Wayne's World and stuff, or the parodies where they said so I can't definitively pin a memory of If You Build It, They Will Come. You see what I'm saying? It's a vague memory. I know it's there.
Yeah.
But because of some of the parodies, I can't definitively say that I know that one's 100%. But in my mind, it was If You Build It, They Will Come. And I know there's like two parts of the movie where they say it, but in this reality, they was never said. It was always he will come. You know? And it begs the question, why do all the parodies say they?
And every
That's the
time,
thing, Brian.
all the parodies, and even now when they're going to do the baseball game out in Iowa, all the announcers and all the articles that are coming out, if you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah, dude. So the thing about the Mandela effect is if we all have these bad memories, which is funny because some of the smartest, most intelligent, brightest people that I've ever met are in this community.
Yeah.
But yeah, we all have these horrible memories.
No.
But we're all fucking geniuses. So explain it to me.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of geniuses sitting around
they're talking
with these
to
fucking
us
horrible
just like,
memories.
They're talking to us just like the normies talk to us. Oh, you're so smart until you started saying this and that. You know, same thing.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like, oh, you're a flat earther. John, you're always so fucking smart with all this other stuff, but you're just wrong on this one huge concept of what the reality actually is. Anyway. So yeah, if you build it, they will come, dude. We all have these bad memories, but yet not only are our memories bad, but our false memories are all the same.
Yeah.
Why not if you build it, she will come? Why not if you build it, I don't know if it's now, it'd be they, them, zer will come, dude. Whatever pronoun you want to use. But I remember they.
And let me add to this.
All right.
Not only do we all remember, those of us, that are, saying it's changed, not only do we all remember the same word, they, when it could be you, it, whatever, right? But on top of that, on every fucking one of these Mandela effects that you're probably going to go through on your list, and I haven't seen your list yet, on every Mandela effect that's on my 122 on my short list, if we went to a grocery store and locked the doors with 100 adults in there and asked them to fill in the blanks on any of these, we are the majority by a fucking long shot, like in the 90% on most of these fucking things is what everybody in the world remembers. They're just going to deny the Mandela effect, brush it off or whatever. But I'm not going to, so there are going to be people that will say he will come. But if you ask 100 people, you're going to get like 90 that say they, if not higher, dude.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. All right. So number 20, working down. HIPAA. Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
I just told you my background, Brian. I told you my background, okay? HIPPA. What it was. In my world. Never was it. Now it's supposed to be HIPAA, apparently.
Yep.
Brian, do you know how many medical practitioners still are going to tell you it's 2 Ps?
Oh, dude.
Because we all learned it as 2 Ps, bro.
Even in the last few weeks, somebody sent me from their doctor's office their letterhead. It's not it's their own version of writing HIPAA with their fonts on a letterhead. And they put HIPPA. And I watched my nurse, my first appointment after my surgery. And dude, I'm telling you, dude, again, like we're meant to see this and wake people up to this. Like I watched her literally like turn the monitor of the screen so I could see her typing and watched her go HIP and then pause. And I thought she was going to take the update and she put PA and typed it on the computer. And like, come on, dude. And again, all the stuff you just said about COVID, the P that's missing from the acronym is the P that stood for privacy. And if people and what happened to your health privacy when COVID started? I mean, come on, dude. Not important though. This doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Right. The two P's were portability and privacy, and they were both. Privacy was heavily emphasized in my education when I learned about HIPAA. The privacy part was emphasized, Brian, but it just disappeared.
Yep.
Gone.
Yep.
Gone from reality, like it never fucking existed, like a fart in the wind.
Yep.
All right. Number 19. Sally Fields. That was her name, Sally Fields. Okay. Wasn't Sally Field?
No.
It was Sally Fields. All right. I remember being a kid. Sally Fields is weird, man, and the fact that she's involved with like Tom Hanks, like in Forrest Gump, is a Mandela effect haven.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Because not only do you have the movie itself, okay, but you got Tom Hanks and his creepy weirdness, and the fact that they made him Mr. Rogers. So now every time I think about Mr. Rogers, I got to think about that fucking asshole.
Yep.
Fuck you. Okay. But not only that, in Forrest Gump, you had him, and you had Sally Fields.
Yeah.
So there's two things with her. One, now apparently it was never Sally Fields. It's always been Sally Field. I used to watch her when I was a kid. The young Sally Fields, her first show was called Gidget. For anybody who's younger, you might not know that. She was Gidget. And she was kind of cute stuff. You don't think of Sally Fields as being super cute, even though she kind of was like a female sex symbol.
I don't know, dude.
Like late 70s, early 80s.
I think most guys thought of her as being super cute. But she was younger, for sure.
Yeah, like Smokey and the Bandit. She was in Smokey and the Bandit with what's his name?
Burt Reynolds.
Yeah, and she was Gidget.
Oh, by the way, on the back
of,
on Smokey and on the Bandit, on the back of the VHS, it still says Sally Fields with an S on that movie.
No shit. Oh, so one of the biggest major movies that she was in, Burt Reynolds at the time, an iconic movie, and they just fuck her name up.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Forrest Gump, they still have the original quote on that VHS, "Life is like a box of chocolates," on the back of the box, dude. But it's not in the movie.
Yep. Nope. So she's a big one. And then the other thing besides her name is her famous Oscar speech. Yeah. Like we said, Brian, like we're not super old, but we're old enough to remember those times. There wasn't like an internet when we were kids. There wasn't like all these cable channels. Cable didn't come out. We didn't get cable till I was like 10 or 12. So like media was bigger. Hollywood was bigger back then, right? Everything was bigger because all eyes were on it. There wasn't all this multimedia to consume.
Mm-hmm.
So, whenever they would show these Oscars clips and these montages, they would show her fawning, saying how you love me, you really love me. Everybody knew it was love me. Well, now she never said love me, right? She said like you like me. No, but it's all different now.
She used to say,
you like me now, you like me.
She used to say, you like me, you really like me. Now she says, you like me right now. Right now you like me. And it's a totally different inflection in it too. And not only do we have all these residue of people, there's a clip of her quoting it the old way herself in an interview, dude. Herself, like right out of her own mouth, dude, talking about her famous quote. You like me right now. You like me.
It's phenomenal, dude. Yeah, remember that was iconic. Her kind of fawning all over the Oscar stage, Academy Award. She's crying. I don't remember which movie she got her Oscar for. I don't remember which movie it was. I'm sure it wasn't Smokey and the Bandit. I'm sure it wasn't that. Who knows what the fuck it was for? But anyway, that's a big one. Number 18. Who Will Save Your Soul?
Oh, dude, I love this. This might be my favorite music one, dude. This one's so ridiculous. I not like I was a huge Jewel fan, but I did love that song, man, when that song was big. And go ahead, man. This is your interview. You tell us why. Explain it to people too. There's people that don't even know, still. So.
All right. So Jewel was pretty big singer. Was it like the late 90s, Brian? Early 2000s, maybe.
Late 90s, I think.
Anyway, she was, not only was her music cool, whatever, like you said, it wasn't my music, but she had that look that I liked, man. She kind of had that look where, she kind of had that nut and crunchy granola look where she kind of looked natural, but she's real pretty. And, you picture yourself kind of hanging out with her, in a log cabin, fire on, You know, I'm giving you my fantasies.
Yeah,
for fun.
I was
But
just
anyway,
gonna say. So you were fantasizing about Jewel, okay?
right. I was in the Jewel, man. She had like her teeth weren't perfect. She had that one kind of like that's what I'm telling you. She had that one kind of like, you know, a little snaggle tooth, but it like kind of looked good on her because she, you know, like the girl next door kind of look, and she had a laid back vibe, and her music was real cool. You know, she was the kind of girl I was into. Right. I said I lived in Vermont. Anyway, when that song came out, "Who Will Save Your Soul," you could picture it. Yeah, who will save your soul? Well, now it's who will save your souls. There's an S on the end of it, a plural.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's not euphonious. It doesn't sound right in the song. And the thing about music is, music. That's why music sticks. The melody, the something about music and a melody of music. Your brain remembers that almost more than anything, right? And "Who Will Save Your Souls" was not the song, and now all of a sudden it always was. So, for anybody, it was probably her biggest song, and she would just repeat this chorus over and over again. It was part of the chorus. "Who will save your soul?" You know, you'd be riding in the car, you'd be singing it or whatever.
And just for the record, the
You know, I
title
might have,
the title still says soul, but she says souls almost
yeah,
throughout the whole thing.
yeah. You're in your car riding, singing it. I might have been in my dorm room with the lights off, under the covers, singing it to Jewel. Who knows? But anyway, it was soul, dude. It wasn't souls. So some of the song ones are tough. Like I didn't put Mamas and the Papas.
Mhm.
I got down on my knees and I began to pray. Apparently that's I pretend to pray.
Yeah.
Wasn't pretend to pray, dude.
No.
I listened to Mamas and Papas since I was a kid, man. I'm way into music, dude. Way into music, man. So the music ones are interesting because
The significant
whether
residue
there's
with most
meaning,
of them. I mean, the Jewel one. I mean, we've got her several times singing it the old way in live performances, and also with the Mamas and the Papas. I mean, you would know these people's names better, but I did cover it in a video. The woman that wrote the song was questioned about why it says "pretend to pray" now, and she made up this crazy story that, oh, well, I wrote it as "pretend to pray," but she went in the sing or whatever her name is. She went in the booth and sang it as "began to
and
pray."
his mama,
Well, if you put it in now, it doesn't say
Mama
that, though.
Cass.
That story doesn't jive because you put it in, it doesn't say "began to pray." It says "pretend to pray," just like the lyrics say now.
Pretend to pray. Her name's Mama Cass. Mama Cass. There was another female singer too. I don't know if she's the one who wrote it. I forget her name. And there was the dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mama Cass was the famous one.
What about
yeah,
City
some
of
of these.
what about Under the Bridge? Red Hot Chili Peppers.
City of Angels, right?
Yeah.
Angel and Angels.
Yeah.
Now he said it supposedly was always Angel. That doesn't even make sense, Brian.
Dude, the entire video.
Why would it be City of
the
Angel?
video is shot in Los Angeles, dude. He's talking about the City of Angels.
That song was huge, dude. That was Red Hot Chili Peppers' first big hit, dude.
Yeah.
It came out. It was off the album Blood Sugar Sex Magic. I'll never forget it when it came out, early 90s. It was a huge song. Everybody knows that song.
I got
if he said City of Angel, I would know it. It would stick out. It didn't stick out. It makes no sense that he would leave the S off.
And again, I got at least 2 performances I've shown in my city of. I got a video on each one of these that we've talked about so far, by the way. Every Mandela effect we talked about, I have a short video on it. But with the Red Hot Chili Peppers one, again, twice in concert I got on my video, and other people have shown it before me too, like Moneybags and others. So shout out to them. But them singing in concert, along with like 100,000 people at Lollapalooza or something, all singing with the band "City of Angels." With the S, it's so ridiculous. Continue though.
It's completely, yeah, it's completely not. Well, think about it. And the name of that album, Brian, is Blood Sugar Sex Magic. Blood Magic, all that Aleister Crowley shit and all that blood fucking dark magic they're into. Anyway, I want your take on this one, dude. I don't think I've ever heard you talk about this one. I'm sure you know about it. I just never heard you talk about it. And the number 17 on my list. Run, you fools.
Oh,
Run, you fools.
Is that Harry Potter or something?
No, close. Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I've never seen that except we watched one of those movies like a week or two ago, me, Ted, and Karen, but I think it was Harry Potter. Yeah, that's what we watched, one of those
Okay,
movies.
so I saw this one on Moneybags.
I've never seen
Moneybags
it.
had one on this years ago.
Yeah.
So there's a part. it was the best part of the movie to me when I saw the movie, where Gandalf is like the wizard hero protector of the whole Fellowship of the Ring. Is the first movie, and they were like running away from this huge fire demon that's, you know, whatever. So there's this part where Gandalf kind of saves everybody and he vanquishes the demon, and the demon's falling down this like never-ending pit or whatever. But the demon has a whip in his hand and he whips it back up and pulls Gandalf the wizard down. So the point is, now Gandalf's hanging on the precipice, about to fall into this pit, and he looks at the rest of the Fellowship members, you know, Frodo and all those other weirdos, and he looks at him and he says, "Run, you fools." And I remember saying that in my head. And there's this part, he goes, "You shall not pass." I guarantee there's a bunch of people here who know exactly what I'm talking about. He's like, "You shall not pass." It's like the most iconic part of the movie. And then that part where he said, "Run, you fools," it always stuck with me. Now, it's always been "Fly, you fools." All right. But apparently, in the book, it was always "Fly, you fools." So that's what people say. Well, it was in the book, "Fly, you fools." I don't care if it was in the book, because in the movie, he fucking said "Run."
Yeah.
He fucking said it. A lot of people, this is a big one for a lot of people, apparently. It's a big one for me, too. Because I remember, I used to love that part with Gandalf, because he stood up to this demon, and it's so iconic. He says, "Run, you fools." Now he always says "flies." It's weird. He says "flies" and everything. Number 16, C-3PO's leg.
Oh, buddy. Top five for me. Continue.
Okay. The reason I put it as 16 is because, as much as I love Star Wars, and I could picture C-3PO, the parts where the silver leg are prominent now, which is the beginning of A New Hope, which is episode 4, which was the first movie. And then, Brian, remember that part? I'm sure you know about it. In the Ewok village.
Oh, dude, when he's in the chariot, it's ridiculous. Yeah, that's
when they lift
part.
him up, where he levitates, right?
That's
where he
what
levitates.
I use that in my thumbnail for my C-3PO videos, because that silver leg right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Ridiculous.
Okay, now, that was Return of the Jedi, the third one.
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi, even though that's not my favorite Star Wars movie, Empire Strikes Back is, but that's the one I know the best, because when Star Wars came out, it was like 1978. I was just born.
Hey, just so you know, I know a lot of Star Wars fans would disagree. I actually like Return of the Jedi better than Empire Strikes Back. So I'm a Return of the Jedi guy.
You're a Return of the Jedi guy? Oh, I'm an Empire guy. I'm an Empire. I can't blame you for it. I mean, it's cool, you know. He takes down Vader.
I mean,
we're
like, it's like, you know, it's all neck and neck. But for me, I like A New Hope and Return of the Jedi actually better than Empire. But I do think, you know, Empire is like right there. I just, for some reason, dude, I know this is stupid, I never resonated with the Hoth scene and all the snow. I just didn't like that as a kid. I don't know why, dude. And I thought the Ewok village.
Weird.
I thought the Ewok village was such a cool scenery and everything, and that's mostly what it was for me. And I don't know, man. It was just seeing Luke come back as a Jedi with the green lightsaber, and he's fucking kicking ass and turning the Jedi. It was awesome, dude.
Well, he's badass when he walks into
Jabba's palace.
Jabba's palace, dude. And he walks in and just starts taking over. There's a Mandela effect there too. He throws a fucking skeleton. Now you see the skull. You know what I'm talking about, Brian?
Oh yeah, I did a video on him throwing the skull at the bone.
When he's fighting the
Rancor,
whatever that thing's called, the Rancor. Yeah, it used to be a rock, dude. He used to when I was a kid, he just picked up and threw a rock. I would have known if it was a skull, Brian. I watched that movie a billion times. I would sit there and study it. There was nothing else. And now it's a skull. It looks so stupid.
That's definitely a Mandela effect. I covered it in a live stream. I thought I did a short video on it too, but I definitely covered it in a live stream. Definitely was a rock, dude. For the people that don't know, it's the scene where he's fighting the Rancor, and eventually what happens is he gets the door to come down and kill the Rancor's neck. But Luke is like underneath some rocks or whatever, a little ledge. He comes out, he goes over to a pile, and he grabs what used to be a stone and throws it at the button, and now it's a skull. Yeah, dude. When did you notice that? I just found out about that like this past summer. Like
somebody, I don't know, some channel had it. I don't know who it was, you know. It just came up and it was like a short video, and I was like, no way, man. It wasn't a skull. It just wasn't. He picked up a rock and threw it. It's crazy, dude. Dude, that's a thing, man. Think about it. Star Wars is full of these effects. But C-3PO's leg's a big one for me, dude, because when he levitated in that chair in Ewok Village,
Mm-hmm.
he just had his gold legs, man. There was no silver leg. When I first saw the silver leg, Brian, I thought, oh, well, Lucas redid the first 3, and then he made the prequels, and then they made these new ones. Oh, maybe the silver leg came along. But no, dude. So that's why it took me a while to get on the silver leg, because there were so many remakes.
Yeah. Well, I fortunately, dude, I like you are aware of the remakes and the Blu-ray releases and the CGI added at different times and all these different things. But I was sitting on 3 different copies of the trilogy when I became aware of this, because I had a physical VHS, I had a DVD set that was the Blu-ray release, and I had actually 2 digital versions and one which was the actual theatrical release of them on my hard drive. So sure, people could say those hard drive ones could have got digitally altered somehow, but I had 2 different hard copy versions, silver leg on all of them, no, don't give me that. It's a resolution issue. We never know what it's to. That's and plus the residue I got right behind me, as we know. But that scene in the Ewok village was so iconic, dude. There's no way he had a silver leg there. It's such an eyesore. And what's funny is the gatekeeping for that one came out. This is why, again, they know that the Mandela effect's about to blow up. They started gatekeeping that as early as 2011, starting floating some things out there to try and discredit that and say it's always been there and it's just been reflecting off the sand. Well, there's no sand in the fucking Ewok village, and there's no sand in the first scene of Star Wars: A New Hope when he's on Princess Leia's ship before he even goes down to Tatooine.
Right, the ship. It's one of the first scenes in the movie.
Very first scene in the movie. So the idea that if something happened in Empire Strikes Back, they blew him into pieces and Chewie put it back to no, dude, that has nothing to do with anything. Silver leg throughout, dude. And I will definitely agree with deniers and debunkers on one thing. In most cases, they'll say in all, but yeah, in most cases, it's very hard to tell. But it's not hard to tell in that Ewok village, dude. It's an eyesore, dude. An eyesore.
Yeah, that's the one that sticks out to me. That's the one where I was like, no way, man. Because I remember that so much when I was a kid. Number 15, Mirror, Mirror, Snow White.
Dude.
This one speaks for itself.
That's that's top 10 for me. Probably top 5 even. I mean, it's just ridiculous, dude.
When I was a kid, Brian, my dad was friends with this dude who owned a video rental store, with the old VHSs and shit, like in the 80s. And he was good buddies with my dad, so he himself used to burn like all these copies. He would just copy the VHS. I literally watched like every movie when I was a kid, because I would just get them for free. So I would watch all the old Disney movies and shit. And Snow White, it's iconic, man. I mean,
yeah,
Mirror, Mirror, dude. Magic Mirror is insane, dude. And some people said, well, the book had Magic Mirror.
Nobody read the book.
What?
None of us read the book. We all saw the movie. And by the way, again, those movies dubbed over.
Who the fuck read the book? Nobody.
They still say Mirror, Mirror, and the guys that dubbed it over in other languages, dude. I mean, what are they misremembering? Did they just do the whole movie off the top of their head? They didn't have a script in front of them? No, they had a script in front of them, and it said fucking Mirror, Mirror, and that's what they said.
Exactly.
That's got like the most residue. People just today send me like 4 different people sent me different Mirror, Mirror residue. It's endless with Mirror, Mirror, dude. I mean, it's endless.
That's a big one, I know. Number 14, Sex in the City. So I never watched Sex in the City. That wasn't my thing, obviously. But all the commercials, it was a huge show. It was a huge phenomenon. Again, it came out before there was all these Netflix and all these, Amazon and Disney Prime and all this bullshit. Like, it came out in a time where although we had cable, your media options were still somewhat limited. Everybody knew Sex in the City. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
The fact that it's always been now apparently Sex and the City. I could vividly remember even when they would play the reruns. Like I lived out near Philadelphia in Jersey, and they had this one channel. It's called Philadelphia 17.
You guys are all big on this too. You guys, like all you guys that are like close to me, are big on this. You, Tommy, Nathan, you guys are really big on this one. I love it, dude.
It's a big one for me, dude, because I remember, like I said, the commercials, they'd play it in like reruns and Syndicate, and it was Sex in the City, in. Then all of a sudden they relaunched this new one now, and I see Sex and the City everywhere. Come to find out, apparently it was always Sex and the City, but it wasn't. It's Sex in the City. It's all what it always was. Again, this phenomenon is insane. Number 13, we already talked about, is Jaws. We're going to need a bigger boat. You know, well, all of a sudden, Chief Brody's just going to sell everybody out and be a coward. You're going to need a bigger boat. It doesn't even make sense. Number 12, the Bernstein Bears. And then that's huge in most people's, but I was never into the books and stuff when I was a kid, but they had a Saturday morning cartoon series that I used to watch.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you know, probably a lot of people, you probably know it. So I never read the books or anything, but I watched, the show. I was a little older, so, maybe one of my younger siblings was watching it, but it was Bernstein Bears. Brian, I was the kind of kid, dude, that I watched TV incessantly. I was like, kind of one of those kids where I would repeat commercials and like make my dad laugh, because I would like memorize a whole commercial and like repeat it. You know what I mean? Or memorize movies. I don't have so I have a very distinct memory of Bernstein Bears, dude. Number 11, Smokey the Bear. Smokey the Bear was huge when we were in elementary school. That was prime Smokey the Bear time. They used to, certain classes, bring out the old film projector and show us about fires, and it was always Smokey the Bear. I can't ever once remember anybody saying Smokey Bear. It doesn't even make sense.
Never heard anybody say
Everybody
Smokey
knows.
Bear. I've never heard anybody say Smithsonian Institution. I've never heard anybody say Drug Enforcement Administration, like ever. I'm just saying. Continue though.
Yeah. All right, let me keep going. Number 10. All right, now we're in my top 10. Ed McMahon, Publishers Clearinghouse. Okay. Same thing. I was at that age when all the envelopes were coming in, all the commercials. I'm old enough to be able to remember when Johnny Carson was on before Jay Leno, before Jay Leno took over. I remember when Johnny Carson, I used to watch Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon with like my grandparents, when I would stay up late, when I'd be sleeping over their house. Ed McMahon was iconic, dude. Think about it. He was on the Johnny Carson show. It was like the biggest show on NBC when there was only 3 networks. There was no fucking cable. Okay. There was no internet. Everybody knew Ed McMahon. He wasn't just some chump. People don't remember what it was like back in the 80s, dude. There was 3 channels on TV and that was it. Everybody knew that these stars are bigger than life back then. Ed McMahon was a big star.
Hey,
he's not just some schmuck.
This is like top 2 Mandela effect for me. Maybe even, right up there with the number 1 one. And again, he's from my hometown, dude. Like, I mean, and he lived there for like 20 years, dude. Like, it's just ridiculous, dude. I mean, the amount of residue on it, and there's almost nothing showing the opposite. I mean, there's not even when you see parodies of people saying, "When's Ed McMahon from American Family going to come to the door?" It's always Publishers Clearinghouse, dude.
It's insane. Everybody knows it, dude. Brian, there's some of these that if you're denying them, it's like we're saying, you're denying yourself at that point. You're turning your back on your own self. You're basically denying yourself if you deny this, because you're denying your memories. You're denying what makes you, basically. And you're throwing it out and you're saying there's a power higher than me that's going to define my reality for me. That's how sick this fucking shit is, dude. Number 9, Interview with a Vampire. When that movie came out, Tom Cruise was in the height of his fame. Brad Pitt, huge. It was a huge movie. I've seen it a million times, dude. Now all of a sudden, Interview with the Vampire.
There's a copy here too, hard copy here that's changed in this house. I've shown it. I mean, no surprise. I mean, people that would deny it would just say it's always been that way. But there is a copy that I know that's in this house that we know has changed, just along with some other things. We have things in our physical possession that we know have changed, like my Star Wars movies. Like it's Karen's movie or her son's movie, but that's a Mandela effect movie sitting right over there in the box.
Yeah, dude. Think about it, dude. Even linguistically, it doesn't make sense. Interview with the Vampire. You wouldn't linguistically put the TH that ends the with right next to the TH that begins the, dude. Interview with the van. It doesn't even fucking roll off the tongue. Nobody would do that. No writer, no editor in their right mind, Brian, would ever title it Interview with the
And
Vampire.
we've shown the
You wouldn't
writer.
do it.
We've shown the writer of it to be saying it. Interview with the Vampire. I mean, it's just and like the Sex in the City you said earlier, the new spin-off thing, the new sequel with her book is there still sex in the city?
Exactly.
Not is there still sex and the city? I mean, come on, dude. Like, God.
The residue's undeniable. Number 8's a big one for me. Brian, my first car I ever got was a 1993 Ford Bronco.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay. I loved, huh?
I said, yeah, buddy. This is a huge one.
I loved that car more than anything. Any possession I had, I loved that car. Brian, it was all black. It had black leather interior. My family wasn't wealthy. We're middle class, but you know, my parents were doing decent in the 90s, and it was a used car, you know. So they helped me out with it. And, you know, looking back on it, I realized my parents had cars. They liked to go skiing. So when it was time for me to get my car, when I was 17 in 1996, they bought this used Bronco for me. It was a 1993 Bronco. Little did I know, every time they wanted to go on a ski trip, well, I didn't have my Bronco because they took it. But it was my favorite. I loved it, man. It was the greatest car ever. I still love those cars. My point is that I love that car so much. I know what the Ford logo looked like. Now it's got that little squiggly tail. Looks insane to me because that Ford Bronco, like that logo to me, Brian, used to be a symbol of like strength, you know, like American strength, solid steel, American built. That little squiggly end on it makes it look like feminine, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, dude.
There's no way.
Putting it on the screen.
There's no way, dude. Oh, yeah, I can't say. There's no way, bro. That squiggle wasn't there. That pigtail on the F.
It's fucking stupid. And the O
Like I
wasn't
said,
open.
dude.
I don't remember the O being open at the top either, like it is now on either of these logos. I don't remember that. But the pigtail on the F is ridiculous. And again, I've shown Henry Ford's signature. I mean, it doesn't even match his signature now. He didn't put that squiggly thing on his F.
No, it's insane, dude. It totally changes the logo. It's like it takes that, like I said, that solid American built, you know, idea and concept and brand, and it changes the whole thing, dude. When you're a brand, when you brand a company, your logo is everything, man. It represents your brand. It's the symbol of your brand. That pigtail looks insane, dude. And that pigtail wasn't there, man.
No,
it was my first car, like you said, with your Volvo, dude. When you have that first car and you
Volkswagen.
you know everything about it, huh?
Yeah, Volkswagen, not Volvo.
Oh, Volkswagen. What did I say, Volvo? Yeah,
Yeah,
Volkswagen.
but
right,
anybody
VW,
that's had
right.
anybody that's had a Volvo is going through the same thing too. Same dilemma with an N.
Dude, it's crazy, dude. That Ford logo, I put it as number 8 on my list. That could have easily been in my top 3. But I know what that logo looked like, Brian. It didn't have that pigtail.
No.
Number 7, we already talked about, was Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. We talked about that earlier. Every kid, it's like we were saying, Brian. I was watching Mr. Rogers in the early 80s, but he came out before that, like in the fucking 70s, dude. Everybody, he was on PBS when I watched him here outside of Philadelphia. He was on PBS.
And to make a really good point on this one, it's like I'm sure even if I only saw Star Wars, I saw Star Wars like you probably well over 100 times. But even if I only saw it 5 times, right, and it was one of my most of your favorite movies, you don't see that many times, but you might see 4 or 5 times. That's enough for me to know if C-3PO had a silver leg or not. Mr. Rogers, dude. I mean, not only we saw it 5 days a week for like a decade, which is like endless times. And on top of that, it's a song that we sang along with. I mean, to think that we're just misremembering that is absolutely absurd to me. I want to slap the fuck out of people. Especially here's the predicament these Mandela effect deniers are in. They know that they remember also It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. It's not like they remember the opposite of us. If somebody remembers the opposite as me on a Mandela effect, I'm not going to push them on that or press them on that. Why would I? There's so many ones that they're affected by. Like, dude, but they remember the same as us just as much as a Mandela affected person does. If you can get them to answer honestly, and if you preface it right, they have to answer honestly or just ignore it. I mean, you know, like the way I ask people, you know, they obviously have the same memories as us.
Yeah, dude. Every kid saw it. Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street defined the childhood of a whole generation.
Yeah.
We didn't have anything else, dude. You didn't have. You might have had a VHS.
That was it. The only other show that
VCR.
it was for kids that we had was also Reading Rainbow that came along a little bit after.
Yeah, Reading Rainbow, exactly. In the same way I could sing every word to that song, every single song.
Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow.
Yeah.
I can do anything. Hey, we were gonna sing
Yeah,
the
dude.
Greatest American Hero last night, right? Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just
Believe it
me.
or not, it's just me. Dude, exactly, man. He's crashing and stuff. Dude, the Mr. Rogers may be, it might be the #1 Mandela effect in the world.
Yeah.
Just because of how many people saw it, like you said, every single day. It wasn't a movie you saw once or twice a year or something. You saw it every fucking day, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it was Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. Everybody knows it. I don't care. You can deny it as much as you want.
And then after the
Not one person.
once the Mandela Effect community was talking about it for 2 years already, they titled the Tom Hanks movie "It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood" after the theme song, but he comes through the door and says this in this reality. I mean,
Right.
It's so ridiculous that people could deny this one. And you're right, dude. This is right up there. In fact, I do have a list that I've made of like my top, 20 or whatever that I use a lot. Sometimes when I go on shows, I just look over at it to have it for reference. I have Mr. Rogers sitting at number 5. But if that's my personal list, if I had to consider with everybody else's and what their biggest ones are, it has to be, if it's not number 1, it would be right after Ed McMahon. It's probably number 2. And I know a few people who's it is their biggest. It's Ted's biggest Mandela effect. I know Dottie, it's her biggest Mandela effect. I know people who that is definitely their biggest Mandela effect. It's top 5 for sure, maybe even number 1. I agree.
Yeah, dude. It's huge. Huge. Number 6, we already talked about earlier. Life is like a box of chocolates.
Yep.
It's what he said. Life is like a box of chocolates. He didn't say life was like a box. He said life is. Forrest Gump's another movie, dude. I saw it a million times. It just was. There's no other way to say it. Life is like a box of chocolates. No writer, Brian. No writer would write life was like a box of chocolates. It's an iconic. I'll put it like this, Brian. That scene would not have become iconic if it was.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying, dude? If he said life was like a box of chocolates, it would have never took off. It's like if you changed, one note in like the greatest song ever or whatever, it wouldn't be the greatest song ever.
And
it would just fuck it all up, dude.
And while we're on this one, I have a video I did not too many months ago, short video about this very Mandela effect, and I actually spoke in German on the video and quoted the movie, how it's said in German, and it still says life is like a box of chocolates. Just saying.
Yeah.
Again, the people that dubbed over the movie, just like with Mirror Mirror, they must have been falling for the Stavely style, and
you know what it is? It's like we said, Brian. People can't grasp the magnitude of this concept, right? It's too big for them. It means too much to relinquish yourself mentally to this Mandela effect. Means too much to these people. Their identity is so defined by the system that it shatters their paradigm. It shatters their very foundations of who they think they are. And they can't even approach it mentally. What is psychosis? What a mindset to be in where you have to avoid reality
Yeah.
in an effort to preserve your ego and your identity. Because you can't deny these, dude. All right. I'm glad we're going through it like this, Brian, because there's people right now that most people probably heard all these, but there's people now where when you see all these presented like this all together, you can't deny it, dude. Anyway, where am I? Number 5 is a big one for me, dude. Fruit Loops. Okay. I used to love Fruit Loops, man. It was one of my favorite cereals. Okay. Fruit was just spelled just like it normally is. Fruit. It was just fruit. Fruit loops. I remember the box. Like I said, I used to like. I'm always I always love cereal. Cereals, they're sugary shit. But when you're a kid, dude, cereals are like shit. Dude, you can get home from school, eat cereal, eat it in the morning. You could eat cereal anytime. It's just, you're a kid. You get the cereal out, you pour it in, pour some milk, you got a meal, dude. Fruit Loops is one of my favorites. I know it's at Fruit.
Yeah.
FOOT for fruit. It's a little more like, I don't know, like witty in some kind of brand way. I get it. But that's not what it was. I don't care if it's witty because the O's match the loops. It wasn't that. Okay. It was fruit, spelled just like it was. Fruit. Fruit. Now it's always been FR. I can picture it on the shelves.
Yeah.
In the shopping market. I can picture it in my cabinet. FOOT looks insane, dude. Number 4 is another huge one for me, man. Skechers.
Oh, dude. Well, I just did a video on this the other night, as I'm sure you saw, because of Kanye West and putting it all over the news. It's the headlines everywhere, residue everywhere this past week. Continue.
Okay, dude. I never bought Skechers and stuff when I was a kid. Skechers, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but when we were young, that wasn't like a brand. It came out.
They came out
some
when
point when we were.
They came out maybe when we were close to 20 years old or something. Like it was.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We
That's
had
exactly right.
We basically had Nike, Reebok, Adidas, and Converse, and nothing else really. And then Fila came out, Skechers came out, that type of shit.
Yeah. Exactly. So I remember when they came out, dude. I used to go to the mall. I used to, it's back in the day, Brian. So we could chill at the mall. You know what I mean? You go hang out, get an Annie Ann's fucking pretzel and some Cinnabons and stuff.
Yep.
You hang out and stuff, man. And I remember going by, like Foot Locker or whatever, and seeing, Skechers, man, burned in my mind. The fact that it doesn't have a T anymore, that T is burned into my memory. Skechers. It looks insane without the T. It's crazy to me that's why I put it so high on my list, dude, because it had a T. Look, I don't care what anybody tells me, it had a T. And that's the thing about the Mandela effect, Brian. The residue is great, right? But we have our memories. And that's all we really need.
Yeah, I don't even need the residue. That's just to try and to show other people. And I do think it's important to wake them up to it, and we do need it. But for me and you, we don't need that. But I just showed the video on this the other day. Macy's still has it advertised as Skechers on their site, even though they'll sell you Skechers without a T. I'm literally going to make a call to them at some point in the next week or so and tell them I bought a pair there. Thought I bought a pair of Skechers. Why did you sell me generic sneakers? And see what type of it's probably not going to go anywhere, but it'll make for an interesting call. Maybe I could get somebody to think about this. Maybe ask some questions. I posted a picture on Facebook today that somebody posted in a Facebook group of Kroger's. Kroger's not only was the one that sold the Haas Avocados original unchanged residue that I have back here, but they also have Oscar Mayer spelled the old way displayed up on one of their displays with the Meyer, dude. It's like, how much evidence do people want that something's actually happening? You can still go to Walmart and buy, they will say Haas avocados and all the official displays and the stickers that are stuck on the fruit, but their POS system has not even updated yet, and you can get a printed receipt for something that's never existed that happens to match with all the Mandela effect people. With that change, I've been telling you 6 or 7 years.
Well, it's funny because you just took my number 1. My number 1 is Haas.
Oh, good. Okay, let's get to that after though. Let's go in order.
Is my number 1. That's my number 1.
It's huge. It's huge.
My number 1.
It's huge.
Okay. When we were kids, Brian, I never had an avocado when I was a kid. Did you?
No.
Right, dude. The avocados are everywhere, but when I was a kid, I didn't have guacamole. I didn't know what the fuck. I'm sure it was around. I'm sure Mexicans and stuff had it, but I didn't know what an avocado was until maybe I was in high school or college, and I started, guacamole, and I fell in love with avocados. I used to go get sushi when I first started getting the sushi, and they put fucking avocados on there. I love Mexican food. Make some guacamole.
Yeah.
And I remember everything was Haas, Haas. I remember my head saying, "What an interesting spelling for a word, Haas." Hass would have no significance in my mind. Linguistically and syntactically, that would not have been a novel stimuli for me to see an Hass. Wouldn't have focused on it. So I would remember saying, wow, Haas, what an interesting way to spell a word. I never seen a word spelled like that. It's burned into my mind. That's an anchor memory for me to say, wow, Haas has 2 A's. This is pronounced Haas. It was a different weird way to spell it. I guess it's somebody's last name. I don't know.
It wouldn't have stood out if it was like spelled like the word pass with an H. Like it'd just be Haas.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make, dude. Syntactically, it doesn't make sense because it wouldn't have popped out to me exactly if it was like pass or whatever. It would have never even registered for me. HAAS is an anchor for me. That's why I put it as my number 1, because when I discovered avocados, the only avocado I ever heard of was Haas avocado.
Yep.
I don't know if it's a brand or if it's a type of avocado. I don't know, but I just know everywhere HAAS.
Yeah.
All the grocery stores, everything was HAAS. That's why it's my number 1, dude. Because I remember it, which gets me to my. So now I got 2 more left.
Yeah.
So my number 3, dude, talk about an anchor memory. Stouffer's, dude. Stouffer's stovetop.
Yeah, dude. I mean, come on, dude. The fact that's never been there and it's always been crafted in this reality, which is fucking absolutely absurd. In fact, I've eaten all the Stouffer's food, but the only other Stouffer's food that I ever really got into was Stouffer's French bread pizza. And I wouldn't have bought that if it wasn't for how good Stouffer's stovetop stuffing was. Like, that was absolutely by far their most famous product by a landslide. In fact, just like the Haas avocados, it was the only instant type stuffing I knew of that had a brand name.
Yeah, dude. I never had Stouffer's, not that I know of. Maybe I was eating over somebody's house and they had it. But I used to really love football when I was a kid. Remember when football was cool, Brian? I know you like sports. I know you wanted to be a sports announcer. Every Sunday I would just watch all day. So particularly Sunday after Sunday watching football, and the commercial would come on, Stouffer's stovetop stuffing. I remember it, dude. I must have saw the Stouffer's stovetop commercial hundreds, if not more times, dude.
Mm-hmm.
This is another one, Brian. Everybody knows it was Stouffer's.
Yep.
Everybody.
Even all the deniers, they know it was Stouffer's.
That's why I said everybody's Mandela affected. That's why we say, like, we're the Mandela affected community. No, we're not. Everybody's Mandela affected. We're the Mandela.
We're just the people being honest with ourselves and everybody else.
Exactly. Exactly, dude.
Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody's Mandela affected. Brian, everybody knows it was Stouffer's, dude. Everybody. And now it never existed. And number 2, which would be my last one, because we already did number 1, and I consider this one an anchor, Fruit of the Loom. I remember the moment, Brian, where
I was hoping this was on your list, dude, because this has to be up there in like top 5 all time if you pulled everybody, like, and the amount,
my number 2,
the reasoning behind and the way that people try and dismiss this, and I want you to address all of that right here and the things that they try and say we're mixing it up with, and how absurd that is.
Exactly.
Please.
So which is interesting, Brian, the thing that they say we're trying to mix it up with is exactly the thing that gave me my anchor memory. So for anybody who doesn't know, the Fruit of the Loom apparently now is just a bunch of fruit. But when I remember it, when I was wearing their underwear, it wasn't just fruit. It was like there was what's called a cornucopia behind it. I guess that's the loom. I don't know. But the reason it's such an anchor memory, Brian, I remember where I was, how old I was when I had the thought. Okay. It's probably like 8 or 9 years old. I was in my bedroom and I got, new pair, new package of underwear. Right? I wore Fruit of the Loom. So you didn't have many options back then. I don't even know if Hanes existed.
Hanes and Fruit of the Loom is all I remember. I'm not saying there weren't other brands, but that was it. Hanes and Fruit of the Loom, or whatever generic thing might have been around.
Yeah. So I remember where I was, Brian. I was in my bedroom and I was opening a package. Like I said, I was a kid, dude. I was like 8 or 9, dude. I was young. And remember, this is before the internet and everything. So back in the day, you were only exposed to, as far as media, what you were exposed to. It all came from the TV. Anyway, so I remember looking into the logo, not only on the package, but also on my underwear. And I remember seeing the fruit and seeing the cornucopia behind it. And the reason I remember it, because I have the thought, I said, in my head, I said, oh, what is that behind the fruit? And then I remember sitting back and thinking, okay, I seen that before at Thanksgiving. And I remember head going, I think that's a cornucopia. I might not, I remember I kind of maybe didn't know the word. I was around the word, but I remember going, oh, I remember it's burned in my brain, looking at the package and saying, oh, that thing behind the fruit, I see that at my aunt's house on Thanksgiving. And it means like plentiful. You know, I had this association with it. So I had that thought burned in because I didn't know what it was. So my brain, it was, again, a novel stimuli. So you remember things that are novel, new, right? If you've never seen something or it's something new, that's going to stick more than anything. So I remember going, okay, well, that's just associated with Thanksgiving, right? So, and I said, okay, well, all right, yeah, that's what it means. So it's showing that the fruit is coming like a plentiful, right? Whatever. Well, apparently now that's what they use to try to sell us and say, or try to deny. The deniers will say, well, you just remember because it's from Thanksgiving and it's a cornucopia. Well, okay, but I just showed right now how that reference actually was my anchor memory because I associated those two things myself back in the mid 80s when I was 8 years old.
And me,
You know what I mean?
myself, I've never seen a cornucopia ever in real life, and I know it was on the underwear. And also, there's people in countries that certainly don't fucking celebrate Thanksgiving, that have had that product and know that there's a fucking cornucopia on the fruit of the loom. I mean, it's ridiculous to deny that one. I mean, God.
Yeah, dude, it's huge. So, yeah, man. And I could have mixed this list, but I tried to put this list as like my biggest effects, you know,
Yeah,
my
dude.
biggest ones.
Yeah. So why don't we take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll get into your theories about what's happening here, how long it's been happening. We'll talk about that for a little bit and then we'll get into some more topics. How's that sound?
Let's do it, dude. Let's do it.
All right, guys,
All
5-minute
right,
break.
everybody.
Hey-o. There it was, everybody. Lieutenant Warrior and Brian Staley discussing all things Mandela effect. Right on, everybody. I thought that would be good because a lot of people say to me, "Oh, Z, you don't talk about the Mandela effect anymore," and I'm like, I've talked about it extensively in the past. You know, it's like you can't please anybody anymore. You certainly can't please everybody. You know, like I've had people scream at me live on air that I've like turned against them because I won't like talk about the Mandela effect over and over and over again. So I was like, let me just play like, you know, the interview where I pretty much laid it down. You know, it's funny watching you guys in chat, like the same morons have the same statements over and over again. You know, it's like, you know, they'd be like, "Oh, Z turned against me." You know, I had one guy scream at me. He lost his wife because of the Mandela effect. Like, he like his whole life, according to him, which is probably just a projection or his interpretation. Like he feels like the Mandela effect fucked his whole life up. Like once he kind of realized it, and he was so mad at me because he feels like I like turned against the community in some weird way. I don't know. People just think weird, you know. Very strange place. Yeah. It's like, you know, a lot of you guys, you'll come on here and like you'll want me to like loop in the same topics over and over again. But the reality is, like, if I did so, you wouldn't tune into me because you just all get fucking bored really quickly. You really don't know what you want. The new thing I'm noticing now, and my longtime listeners are noticing it, is like the fatal attraction like qualities of like some of my viewers. Like you, Alex Tilburg, and like you, Calvin Mauve, and so many of you. There's others. Like you become uncontrollably like in love with me and like connected to me. And then at some point, like you just turn, probably when I'm not showing you enough attention. And then you pull like the fatal attraction thing on me. And it's such a weird thing to see with you people. And it's a learning experience for me, like to watch kind of how like mentally disturbed many of you people are. It really is like, you know, such a psychosis that you people have. Um, so weird. So fucking weird. Yeah, just like a bitch word, Sovereign. It's the broken host syndrome, you know? And it is a dilemma of the mind with an N, not two M's, Cleveland Steve. It is a dilemma because they're really just fucked up and damaged. And like, I don't want to ban them, but like Calvin had to get banned because he was just spamming my chat uncontrollably. Like, I kind of want to take mercy on you people because I know you're mentally, cognitively, and spiritually very weak. And you kind of need me and you need this chat. So I don't want to ban you because I don't want to be cruel to you. But if you're just going to like try to come up here and fuck everything up, you know, like Calvin Mauve dropping like multiple 200-word comments in my chat, claiming that I'm like lying and blocking him all at the same time when I'm literally doing nothing of the sort. And then just continuously calling me a liar over and over again all day long, like completely fascinated with me, completely and utterly obsessed with me. And that's the thing, Alex Tilburg, like you're obsessed with me. You're probably fucking gay yourself. So as you sit here on calling me fucking gay over and over again, you're the gay one. You're in love with me and you can't fucking handle it, Alex. But that being said, like you are a French froggy motherfucker. And I don't think I've ever seen a Frenchman who's not in some way gay. Even French Canadians. Like OTW has a touch of it too. But I wouldn't say OTW is gay. He's just a French Canadian. So he has gay qualities, you know? I might let him back. I might let him back, Uncle Rick, but he's in a timeout for now. He certainly is in a timeout. But, and everybody who follows me understands why. Who's here? I have guests. London Man's here. He wants my email, but I got other people up here, London Man. London Man, I could just go to one of your comments. Here's the thing, dude. I'll just go to one of your old. I did it last time, London, but you missed it. You got to check your. I'm going to go to one of your old videos. I'll leave my email. And yeah. So London, and just you'll see it come up in your comments when you go to your YouTube studio. Yeah. And then just delete it. Once you get my email, then delete the comment. Yeah. That's what I was telling people. Like, you want to contact me or want stuff, just go into my old comments and say something. Like Laurie S was on here yesterday, and she was like so intent on getting my email. Like I was just going to drop it in the chat for everybody. And I said, Laurie, just go to one of my old videos, leave a comment, and leave me your email. She still fucking hasn't done it yet, which is weird, Laurie. Like, why would you spiral on on Paulie's show all night, and then the next day come on my show and try to get my attention and say you want to contact me? And I just say, just drop your fucking email in one of my old comments and I'll delete it. And you still haven't done it. People are fucking weird. Anyway, Snafu's back up. Let Snafu up. What's up, dude? What's on your mind today, Mr. Snaps?
You know, I never saw that interview till now, and I want to say good job, man. Great convo. I wanted to just share real quick, if I can, the Mandela, like what I did with the whole thing. The big one for me was the biblical changes. Whether you understand the Bible and whether you're into it or not, I get it. But to have something physically, magically, illusional, change was amazing. And because I worked in prison ministry, And so I dealt with so many versions of the Bible. I dealt with different religions, you know, because we worked in prison ministry. So not everyone's Christian, you know, you got your Jews, you got your Muslims, you got your, the fact is I know that some of these verses in the Bible that I had sitting there all of a sudden changed. And so I looked more into this, and I wanted to share just real quick what I had found in my studies of like this whole Mandela effect, even with the Ford symbols and everything. As far as the Bible goes, it was all new age and darker entity changes, and also the text and the literature. Like now there's emojis in there. A lot of the new age words we found were like network, shoes to sandals, moonwalk, science, men who are nursing now, like, you know, a lot of homophobic stuff, the actual word traffickers. And we're talking about like, we based it off the King James Version studies because that was the oldest translated, but we knew all the versions were changing, whether through the publishing translation or, as everyone said, the Mandela. And what we did find out, which I find very interesting that I want the people to know, is if you really deep dive into it, especially with the biblical changes, the changes you will find are all new age words and are darker entities. And it has completely changed the doctrine and the message as well. But Amos A8 told us, like, a lot of the stuff was told that this Mandela effect would happen, even according to those scriptures. And I just want to say, when you go look at some of these things now that are in there, such as like Job 31:26 talks about moonwalking, you know, and Numbers 11:12 and Isaiah 49:23 talk about nursing men, you know, men who are nursing babies. Mark 5:13, and this is King James, you could see emojis, like the fucking smiley face with an emoji now. Now, again, we know CERN did their ritualistic thing, you know, before all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. But I just want to say, great thing on the Mandela effect. And I get where it gets boring and looping and da-da-da. But I'm 100% with you. I know from my experience that it's real. And what I see is I see a new age, darker entity change translations to fit what a new world order would bring. So for all those of you who do believe in your Bible, that Bible is no longer your Bible. And I just want you to know, for all those who think that, you know, the false prophet, you know, don't think that they'll use that Bible in your hands to go against you. Philippians 5:10, I believe, says every knee shall or should bow. Where back in the day, anyone who knows their Bible knows that it said every knee will bow, not should. And now the word has changed to should. But like I said, these changes are new age, like bottles are from wineskins, sandals to shoes. But now we're seeing emojis and so much darker entity, like the sparrow, the parable of the sparrows is now raven, darker bird. And then words, like the word traffickers, Isaiah 23:8, the word traffickers, come on, King James were back in the day, and the word science, and just, I just want the people to know that there is an agenda and to all of this, but it is very intriguing. So I'm going to rewatch your interview. Good stuff, man. And yeah, that was one of the biggest things for me to even get going with everything we do too, because it was such a life-changing thing. And I think some people don't know how to handle it at first. And what was interesting was going to churches, asking the pastors, hey, do you see the changes? Like, you know, the lion and lamb was a big one for people. And everyone knows the lion was the house of Judah. So of course it was lion, but now it says sheep. The sheep dwells with the wolf dwells with the lamb. Well, of course the wolf, sheep and wolf clothing. I just want people to know these agendas are out there. And to me, it's 100% real and great stuff, Z.
Yeah, dude, right on, man. You know, people like to pick and choose what they want to believe in, but it's not really a matter of belief. It's examining the evidence, interpreting information, and then making decisions about what you accept, about your reality, about yourself. And
I want to ask you a question.
yeah,
In
go
your
ahead.
opinion, we went to, so this was something that I thought would be almost interesting to do. Like I've been thinking about doing this. So we went to pastors and churches, of course, with the Bible Mandela effects. I'm kind of curious if anyone's ever gone to like corporate, like for instance Ford, or the Chase Bank symbol, is there anything like that? Like, my question is, these professionals that see the change, it's very interesting because we've talked to pastors who actually said, "Oh yeah, we see it, but we don't tell anyone. We don't talk about it." It's like, why would you do that? Well, we don't want to scare people away. But it's like, what the, I'm kind of curious how these professionals who work in big corporations who see this, like, how their excuse is too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've often wondered that, dude. Well, you can say that about that's the interesting part about this Mandela effect thing, this phenomenon, is that, dude, there's people whose names have changed, right? Do they know it? Like the whole Sally Fields, like I was talking about before, or, like Tom Hanks was in the movie Forrest Gump, life is like a box of chocolates. Now it's always life was like a box of chocolates. You wonder, do these people know it? I don't know. The whole point is that it's a change in the reality. So you wonder, does their consciousness change along with it? Would Henry Ford even know that the logo changed? Because it apparently used to match his signature, where it said Ford. The Ford logo was his signature, and his signature didn't have the curly Q in between the F and the O on the
it didn't.
the one cross. Now it does. So I wonder if you could, I'm sure Henry Ford's been dead a long time, but if you could ask him, how did you sign your name? What was the logo? He might. The thing is, the people themselves may indeed have taken the download or have changed with the reality. I look at it like this, Snafu. It's all a matter of how you look at this physical world. See, we were all indoctrinated through a paradigm where we view the physical world as the primary reality and that everything else stems from it. But I like to flip it on its head. I see the physical world as more of the illusion. I see the primary reality more of like the astral, or like the etheric realm, more of energy, frequency, and vibration. All right. Then the physical world is just a manifestation of that, which means that all physicality is secondary to what I think is more of this almost like a holographic, for lack of a better term, type of world. When you see reality through that lens, it makes things like the Mandela effect a bit easier to grasp. Things become more fluid, more illusory. That's the way I look at it.
Right. And the one thing I do want to point out, because we do look at patents and patent developers with this type of stuff we look into, when CERN released their rituals, remember the tunnel in Switzerland, also the Collider tunnel as well, other tunnels. And people don't realize that CERN is not the only thing out there, especially the ones that aren't saying. My whole thing is the nanotechnology and the human cellular tactics that they use, like especially, like, let's just go old school programming, men who stare at goats type stuff, the drugs and the technology, and as you said, frequencies used. I feel, my opinion here, over the since it happened to now, I think through the stuff in the skies, the foods, the things we are exposed to, I believe have a large part too. So I get the whole holographic world illusion thing. Part of me thinks too that this is a manipulation as well, with the senses illusion. It's like the dog has how many senses, versus human, or if you use only one side of your brain versus using more, whole pineal gland thing. My whole thing is, I think that they have tapped into the human DNA as much technological as well, that deals with what we're experiencing. Because I like how you said, it's not meant that everyone is affected, even the people who don't see it, because they're obviously opposite from the people who do see it. So there's a discrepancy there where there never was on some of the biggest issues in the world, whether they're just, common or biblical, like, very to the core value. So I liked how you said everyone was affected. And I do believe with the patents that we've been seeing, the we got Blackguard, all these other big companies, Lockheed Martin, a lot of DoD projects. And again, these things they do in the public eye, the rituals for CERN and all the crazy stuff. So no, I love that interview, and I get why people don't, repeat and talk about it all the time. But I do feel it's very important to bring up these optics here and there. And no, I just want to say good job, Z. And my specialty was the Bible Mandela effect changer. That's what really got me. And it was because of my prison ministry. I read multiple versions of multiple Bibles. I looked at other religions and what they had to say. And then all of a sudden, magically, you could have one that's 150-year-old freaking Bible, and where it said John the Baptist took off his sandals, to baptize you. And now it says shoes. So what, John the Baptist is rolling around in Nikes, But that's the thing, is when the New World Order comes, and if we have such a crazy mass event of sorts, and a false prophet or anything, like I want to warn those out there that it is real, in my opinion, whether you see it or don't see it. And I loved how you said everyone is affected. So no, I just want to come up and tell people to really dig deep if they want to, but don't, it is one of those things that is life changing, I feel.
Yeah, that triggers people too. Anything triggers people. And I decided a long time, Snafu, that this channel was going to just be about me, what I want to present. And, it's because I could go after numbers. I can go after the popular conspiracy stuff and avoid shit like this. But to me, I like presenting it because it weeds out who's open-minded, who's not. I like to watch these people get triggered in so many ways. And, at least it's interesting, but and they're the content creators I enjoy, are the ones that talk about the stuff that they're into, and they present themselves. I'm noticing a lot of content creators, dude, that you can see at some point where they start chasing the numbers, they start chasing what they feel the conspiracy community wants to hear, and then I think they lose themselves. So I'm always going to be myself on my channel. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the thing I respect, man, is you do you. You always have been. And the one thing I tell people all the time, I said, you notice how in the truther community, and this is what Pogo, when I scream Pogo, is about. We are being corralled, not only in the social media things that we use and devices and accounts and apps, but also our narratives and what we talk about in the truther community. But just think about 4 or 5 years ago, everything was on table. Whether we were getting censored or not, hell, if people were getting censored, they'd push even harder. Now the compliance of, okay, we know what they don't want us to talk about versus what they do versus what people, the boredom factor or that's just come on, and I think a lot of that is programming. I think topics like this and other optics are way important, especially in the times we're in right now, versus to just discredit them or put them on the shelf, so to speak. And as far as the truther community goes, I see a lot of these optics with what is happening with world events being put on the shelf. And so, no, kudos to you, man, with what you said, as far as, you like to talk about this stuff or just every other stuff. And I get where you don't want to go too far, too much. Some people go way in it and some people don't. I get it. Some people's tea, some people's not. But what I have seen with the truther community is the narrative, Pogo narratives of, let's not talk about the optics as much, but let's talk about self-healing, the guru shit, as I keep saying. So, no, man, kudos to the video. I'm going to probably rewatch it and send it to a few people. And much love to all you guys out there. And yeah, especially to all you people who value your faith. That Mandela effect and the Bible changers, it's new age, it's dark entity, and it's definitely going to be played out in the New World Order agenda and play. So much love, man.
Cool, man. I wanted to ask you something, dude.
Yeah.
About yesterday's broadcast, how so many people got so sensitive about they were going on this weird, because we were discussing Thunder Chicken, and then the whole Brielle thing came up.
Yeah.
But people got on some weird jag about the children, which I wasn't understanding, dude. We weren't like doxing her children.
No.
We just all we
And
did
it was more of a generalization.
we were just mentioning that she has children and they should be part of the conversation. What do you make of the narrative that people were trying to form about you and me, that we were being in some way inappropriate about the children?
Well,
I found it very.
Just bring up the fact.
Hold on.
Let's
Snap.
just bring up the fact that they
it,
brought up the children first, Z.
Well, I found it disingenuous and insincere from their argument that like it was about the children. Just say you're sensitive about the issue. It's like everybody wants to white knight for Brielle. And I thought you made a good point. It's like, okay, she's a mom of 4. She's always online constantly. What is that, dude? Go ahead.
That means someone else is probably taking care of the kids, and they got mad that I, as a man, pointed out what a woman probably was doing. And see, what made me mad about the whole thing, and Thunder Simp, whatever, he almost deserves to get fucked over like he almost did. But as a man, I saw what was going on, and you're right. Here's what I want to tell everyone. They brought up the fact that they were going to go fantasy, love, get married. They brought up he was going to raise the children. She brought up, and this is where I thought it was funny, she was not going to have sex with him until marriage, but she had no problem for him raising the kids or her living in the land. And so when they get mad and they said, oh, you guys are about the children, you know what's funny is we were actually talking about real things that are life decisions that affect them that they brought to the public platform. So I was asking, whether I was being a little douchey or not. Like, I was straight up being real, like real with the people, real with online, just like, what the fuck are you dumb idiot online fuckers doing? You're gonna like, and I asked, what about the kids? You're always online and you're finding farmers only people like, so they got triggered. And again, even Sly went as far as saying I'm a pedophile now. But it's okay. I see how these people are triggered. I see the cult mentality too, Z. And that also goes with the women and the men. And when men say something that the women don't like nowadays, it goes to that route. And I think the kid thing, pulling it on us, was just a tactic it was a low blow bullshit, triggered tactic. But I think we were talking about real issues, real optics to the situation, and they brought it up first. They brought it to the public. They've talked about, and just because we didn't present it in the Cinderella story way that they were trying to do it, we were presenting in the more real world situation way. That's why they got triggered.
Right. Well, like Bree's in the chat now, and she's triggered now because she doesn't want to hear what we have to say to her. Bree, you're online all fucking day, Brielle. How could you say otherwise? To the point where, And the other thing is, she doesn't want to hear it. You know what it is, Snafu? A lot of people don't want to hear certain things about themselves that are uncomfortable, that maybe highlight like insecurities or certain deficiencies that they have. But the reality is, we're just speaking straight facts here. And I do agree, like, interestingly enough, like, Brielle doesn't even care that she was totally willing to just use and exploit Thunder Simp for his total simpness by saying,
she was smiling when Paul said, so you wouldn't fuck him, but you let him raise the kids.
But guess what, Snafu? But guess what? Brielle would have fucked Paul in 2 seconds without any commitment.
Oh,
admit it, Brielle. Brielle, you'd fuck Paul unslaved. You'd fuck him in a millisecond with no commitment or anything. And everybody knows it, Brielle. And Thunder Chicken told us, Brielle, that you and he had a conversation where you admitted to Thunder Simp himself that basically you would fuck Paul, no questions asked. Because think about this, Snafu. Thunder Chicken is such a simp that he was willing to marry Brielle, knowing that she really wants to fucking swallow Paul's little swimmers. He was willing to do it, dude.
Oh, I saw it. You saw it, and like that's what got me mad. Like, not even mad. It's just like to see the ignorant. And here's what's funny is these two are going online, talk about the Cinderella story, and talk about the kids and raising this that, and then they get butthurt when viewers or myself are like, well, hey, what about the kids? Are you guys even thinking for the kids? Because here's another thing to think about. she's just gonna drag some kids to go live with this guy. Like there's a thing called dating and making sure it's appropriate first instead of let's all
Right.
haul over there. Because I mean, what if things happen? Then you have to deal with the I don't know. I just think real life versus fantasy life, and then they get butt hurt. And even right now, I see Sly saying, "Oh, it's over." No, this is. I think that's what brings out the goodness in these panels. Sometimes is these people are so sheepish. It's funny.
Like, okay, let's like imagine what it would be like for those kids. Like all of a sudden they're living there, I don't know, wherever Brielle lives, and like,
Well,
and
they'd have to
she's
get
like West Coast.
because ringworm would probably go rampant throughout the house.
So like they're living their life on the West Coast. All of a sudden she transports them to go live somewhere in the Midwest or Michigan, wherever the fuck he is, dude. On some Michigan
you
farm.
don't believe what you're saying, huh? So
Right.
she knows what you believe.
Yeah, right. I'm actually speaking my mind 100%, but Brielle's going to tell me that I don't believe what I'm saying. No, Brielle, you just don't want to hear what Snafu and I are saying to you because it's bringing up an insecurity with you because you know that all your time online is leading to you being in some way delinquent in the raising of your children. And maybe we're forcing you to look at something that you're not really willing to look at because you're here trying to desperately find like some guy online who's going to meet your false conception and idea of what the ideal man is. So she's going to sit there on Paul and Slave's channel every day and get this like idea of what a man on the land is, who's a rights and freedoms kind of guy. And then Thunder Chicken's going to present himself as that archetype. And then she's going to latch on to it. And all of a sudden she's building this whole fantasy life with this guy who she doesn't even know.
It was just crazy. But what I thought funny is, we were talking about this and now Thunder Simp wants to fight me and she was about it. And I thought they met on online church. So, I thought your morals and values, I would figure you'd take my, I guess you could say spiritual advice, realistic advice. Might want to worry about the kids versus your guys' fantasy relationship, and they got mad about it, Z. And you know what? My whole thing too is there's many women like her and there's many simps like Thunder Simp. And when I saw it going down live, and it's like all these people are like slying them. Yay, Cinderella! I'll be the teacup. I'll be the fucking clock. Like the Disney fucking bullshit. And I'm sitting here like, this is fucking trash. This is bad. Like they're not even thinking about the real people. And I think it was because of us and everything is why they probably have made a better decision in the, right as for right now. She's unsubscribing, Z.
Right. As if I give two fucks.
She's powerful.
Right. Like I care, Witness. You sit on Paul and Slaves all day and talk about how fucking boring my show is and how stupid it is. Like I really give a fuck that you're hate watching me anyway. It's like, oh, the hate watchers unsubscribing. You know what I mean?
Why can they make assumptions about men and tell us how we are and this and that and how we she had no problem saying I'm a deadbeat dad and all this shit. She has no clue, but whatever. But I can't make certain assumptions or observations. Witness is what I'm saying. And what I saw is she was absolutely using Thunder Simp, and Thunder Simp didn't give a shit. Like you said, he would have totally brought her out there. And if Paul or someone said, hey, I'm going to send a plane ticket up here and you and me are going to fucking smash and I'll send your ass back and just don't shower, till you get home.
What's funny?
He would have been down.
Here's the thing. Here's the
word.
Hold on, Snafu. Hold on.
This is the Me Too victim bullshit women shit. Weaponized Karen.
Hold on, Snafu. So she says she's going to unsubscribe. Fine. But then she says, she says, we don't live with our kids. I don't have any biological children. And then she says, and you harass me. You see, this is the new modern definition, Snafu, of harassment. She's at my channel, which she had to click onto, and then calling it harassment. Nobody's contacting you, Brielle. Nobody's harassing you. See, this is the new Me Too This is the new hashtag Me Too snafu.
Weaponized.
Hashtag weaponized feminism, victim mentality that sends men to jail because Brielle thinks she's being harassed because you and I on my channel are talking about her and she fucking can't get enough of the fucking metaverse that she's here listening. It's just hilarious, dude. We're harassing her.
She's making a point about why men are going their own way, or why men are guarding their own wallet, or men are going to foreign countries, because the average Western female nowadays, okay, not all, I'm going to say not all, because there's great women out there, good women, beautiful women, but they have this Me Too victim bullshit mentality, just like here. So yeah, harass me. That's a very harsh word, witness. You know, put people in jail, put people in prison. What? Because they harassed you? Because they said, maybe you should start thinking about your children instead of flaunting an online fucking Cinderella bullshit story about how you're going to catch ringworms, you know, and spread them to your children.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like the narrative. You know what's funny about Brielle? Apparently a guy was like stalking her, Snafu. Do you remember that when she talked about it on Paulie's channel months and months ago?
They all have stalkers, Z. Remember? Especially them kind of women. They all have stalkers.
So she basically, there's a guy who's arrested now who was apparently stalking her. He drove up. I wonder, Snafu, I'm just asking a question. I'm not making a claim. I wonder if she had communications with this guy before and what happened, because now we see that she's obviously looking for like some baby daddy weird, you know, man on the land kind of idea for like, you know, men. Who knows? Was she talking to this guy?
Probably.
Did she lead him on and show up? Because she played the. Remember when she showed up? Snafu, remember when she showed up on Paul's channel, like basically crying, saying, "This guy drove up here to my town, and I had to call the cops, and he's in jail." Really?
See, what gets me is they probably were talking, and fucking who knows, you know, because I guarantee for her to like witness, you're not really an online public figure doing your thing, but you are now. I seen she was doing her little yoga shit, you know, doing her little whatever. But no, I put money she knew that dude, talked to him. I mean, how else would he know where to drive to and go to? And you see, I love how these women, Z, you're blaming her for being stalked. Christy dolls, is it just, she said she was stalked. Is it like how Z's harassing her? So I kind of wonder when she says the word stalked, like what really happened? Because I know Z's not harassing her. I know I'm not. We're talking about shit. I mean, harassing. See, that's what I'm saying. Notice how they click up questions.
Right. Well, like Christy Lee says, a lot of assumptions. No, I asked a question, Christy Lee, doll. When one asks a question, they're not really assuming anything. They're just asking a question because what's more logical? What makes more sense to you, Snafu? I see you, Slash. Hold on. What makes more sense to you, Snafu? That this guy randomly found her. She has, like you said, she's not a big internet personality. She just pops up here and there on Paul's show. Now all of a sudden this guy drives out of nowhere, finds her, and he's stalking her. What makes more sense, that or that she had some communication with this guy that he kind of took a little too far? What do you think?
Put money, probably put exactly what you said. Communication with the guy probably took too far. But here's another thing to think about. Why does it matter what she did? Well, they brought it to the public platform. And I love how all you motherfuckers want to play the Cinderella story with her and forget about the kids, forget about the real optics of shit here. And then when the men are talking about real optics and things that could affect real people, you guys get back. But here's what I got to tell Thunder Simp and guys, like, it's kind of like the Jeffrey thing. Jeffrey and I had like a private a text one time because I told him, I said, bro, Annie's the type of chick that is playing both you and O'Shea. I said, if you were to grab the phone from her, how many dudes do you think she's talking to aside from you and O'Shea? Because at that time, it was like the whole O'Shea and her. And I'm like, dude, if she's doing this with O'Shea, like, who is she doing it that you both don't know about? And that's what I bet you, you know, she's single. She ain't even trying to, you know, play a dude. So I bet you she's keeping her, you know, phone lines open. And I bet you she did back then. And probably things went south, you know, but I don't see some guy just randomly find her online and stalking her. But again, this is harassment. So when she said the word stalk, it makes me wonder what happened. Did he drive by like at McDonald's next to her house and they saw each other and he's like, she's stalking me? Like, I don't know.
Snafu, read what Witness just wrote. Out loud. Read it.
I'm
see it?
literally on the verge of crying right now. I was going to come up if it wasn't for that last comment. You know that was wrong, Z. That was wrong of you, and you know it. Ah! Get your ass up here, be a woman, and talk. We're asking questions, and you ask.
You know what's funny? Yeah.
You know what's funny is she said the word harass. That's like shit that puts dudes in jail and fucking like makes like invest. Like, no, fuck that.
Right.
Me too.
It's a
Victim
crime.
bullshit.
Right.
I ain't gonna coddle that shit anymore, Z, and that's why MGTOW exists.
Right. Exactly. You know what's funny, Brielle, is that like everybody's lent their voice to the conversation, except you. What are you hiding behind, Brielle? You don't want to come up and admit the fact that you were trying to use a man, Thunder Chicken, for what you can get out of him when you wanted to fuck Paul Unslaved this whole time, but you're trying to use Thunder Chimp for what? Yeah.
How do you know I'm single, Witness? I might got 3 bitches in the bed with me right now. Like, you don't know. Like, that's what's funny. It's just like Sly's like, oh, you're no, we're talking about shit that's real. You literally went online and said, I'm gonna marry this Thunder Simp who has ringworms. Who
can I say something? Can I please say something? I don't want to say.
No, you can't.
I don't want to. I don't want to say.
And
I don't want to stay long.
Then you're gonna come out with some fucking bullshit saying harassment.
I don't want to stay long.
And fucking all that
Hold
shit.
on,
Now
let her
Sly
talk,
talking
Snap,
for you.
I don't want to stay long.
Like, fuck that shit.
Let her
Please.
speak, Snafu. This is an open panel. You got to let people speak.
I will. I'm actually calmed on Mr. Z's show if people don't notice, so I yield.
Z, I respect you and I love you, right, for, you know, everything you do.
But Sly, why can't we
can
talk
I
about
finish?
this, Sly? Why? How come this is the one thing that can't be on the table? You know, we're all supposed to be equal. Men and women are equal under the law, right? You guys, all these women voted in this bullshit leftist fucking government, right? You know how many female bosses I've had? We're all fucking equal, but yet we come up here and talk to Brielle, and we're quote unquote harassing her.
But
She's
listen
crying, and we need to shut the fuck up. So we could talk about everything except the fucking female. That's really what it comes down to.
No,
come on,
no,
Shy, come better.
This is why females ain't up on your damn panels, because y'all don't know how to.
They can't take it.
No, because y'all get.
This is all these females. This is why all these females. Wait a second, Sly Shy. This is why all these females were mostly the vast majority ones that went along with all the bullshit medical tyranny of the last 3 years. And you voted in all this bullshit leftist government because men like me and Snafu were expected to sit by and
so take it out on Brielle. So take it out on
We're not
Brielle.
taking it, bro. The point is, you all want equal until it doesn't favor you. Then you all want to play the babe in the woods routine. It don't.
But
work
listen
like
to what
that.
y'all saying. Y'all not talking about.
Floor's yours, Sly Shy.
Y'all not
how
talking
are we taking it on a Brielle when she brought it on the internet?
I say it?
And 2 men are talking about this decision
Please,
that these fucktards are talking online about.
Please, can I
that
talk?
affect children. The ones
Please,
that she
can I
obviously has others watching because she's always online.
Please, can I talk?
No, they brought this to the public platform and fucking
Please,
they
can I
fucking
talk?
talked all their little fantasy bullshit, and we're just being realists. And
Okay,
because
you
we're being realists, you have now we're harassing you. Now women don't come to Z. Now he's what, a woman hater? Like you guys pin on me all the time? Is that
Can I
what,
talk? And then you listen. You can't tell me what's in my mind.
Are you thinking he's a woman hater now, Sly?
You can't speak with
him. Him a woman
Can
hater
I talk, Snafu? Please, I'm asking you. Please, can I talk? I come here to enjoy myself. Yes. I come here to engage with the people. Yes. But when I hear, and I don't like it on any other channel, when I hear you guys going in on people's personal, even though they might have came up and shared their
There's
good.
nothing expected
Can I
private
finish?
if they make
Can I
it public.
finish? Let
No
me finish
expectation of
saying.
privacy,
Let
Sly.
me finish saying
We're
what
on
I'm
a
gonna
public.
say, and then let me finish saying what I'm gonna say, and then you can rebut, please. So, like I said, people come up, yes, they share whatever is going on with them, whatever they feeling, whatever, right? But sometimes, like I said yesterday, as adults, right, we think and we say, damn, well, how far do we go with this? This is content. Yes, I understand, Z, but how far do we go with
It's not
somebody
just
else's person?
content, Slash. It's an important topic.
How is it
Now,
important? What is important about Brielle and Thunder Chicken about what their relationship is?
because
What's important about that?
Slash, it exemplifies a huge issue that underpins our current society. It's the aggrandizement of the female voice to the detriment of the male voice. That's
So
what
what
it is.
is your
It
problem
means
with it though?
hold on, because we're trading a patriarchy for a matriarchy, and that's not fucking right either. My point is, all right, this woman Brielle was perfectly okay with trying to take advantage of Thunder Chimp, okay? Thunder Simp. And everybody fine with just letting that go off. You would have been fine, Slash Eye, watching Thunder Chimp walk his ass off the fucking plank into shark-infested waters with getting involved with a situation that he had no business being involved in, okay?
Okay, I understand that. Z,
Hold on,
listen.
I'll let you go. I'm not done. I'll let you go. She has no love for that man, Thunder Chip. She's in love with Paul Enslaved. Everybody could fucking see it. But she was more than willing to let Thunder Chicken be the simp.
But why drag her? And why drag her though? Why? That's not. This is what I'm trying to understand. Why make her such a bad person because of what she shared with y'all on the internet? Why drag her? Why drag her children? Why make it seem so bad that she wanted to start a relationship with somebody on the internet? Like, why are you making it so bad? If you was able to start a relationship with Christy Lee, I bet you would. And if anybody started calling you a simp and this, that, and the other, and dragging her and dragging you, you would have a problem with it. I know you would. See,
you're assuming a lot of things, and you're wrong, actually.
But you're assuming a lot of things about Brielle and Thunder Chicken. But I mean, y'all dragging them through the mud for what though? I'm trying to understand what's the purpose of dragging Brielle through the mud because of something they shared on the internet with you guys.
Because you framing it as dragging her is incorrect. We're discussing an ongoing situation that's still ongoing.
It's not y'all making it ongoing. They're not making it ongoing. Y'all the ones to keep it. Snafu. No, really, Snafu brought it back up yesterday, and then now you're falling right back in the damn fucking rabbit hole, Z. I mean, you're letting somebody else dictate to your behavior, and this is what's upsetting me. That the person
You're
that I like
that.
I'm seeing it. I'm watching it. I've been watching it for the past 2 weeks. How this, because somebody shared something about what they wanted to do in their relationship or whatever online. It's like now, oh, we got to make it so bad that don't nobody ever want to do it again. We got to make it so bad that these women.
Nobody wants to help men. Nobody wants to. People just like, I got Christos in the back. Okay, he's a young man. This whole world just wants to keep lying to young men like Christos and say, go ahead, go get married to some woman who's going to profess her love to you. Sign some contract that's going to give her rights over your property, your fucking money, and all this stuff. Not telling him what the real thing is, what the divorce statistics are. Telling that 80%, hold on, Slash, I'm not done. Saying that 80% of divorces are initiated by women, and if the woman has a college education, it's 90%. No one wants to talk about all the men who get destroyed after fucking divorces. Everybody just wants everybody to shut up. But when Snafu and I come up and talking about it, we're fucking dragging Brielle and we're inappropriate and we're quote unquote harassing her. And I'm fucking tired of it.
Talking about it, Z, talking about it, yes. Teaching people, I understand that. But that's not what you and Snafu are doing. You and Snafu are picking two people out that shared something with you or with the people online or whatever in the metaverse, and you guys are just picking it apart. And if you want to teach, then you say, hey, like you're saying, Christos. Christos is a grown man. I'm quite sure Christos know how to think for himself. Christos don't need you and Snafu telling him, hey, don't do it. Hey,
No,
it's gonna end up this way.
It's not us telling him. It's just he's being lied to by mass media. He's being lied to by the whole control structure about this institution called marriage.
So you saying we don't know how to think for ourselves?
It's not about thinking. No, it's just about when Snafu and I start talking about stuff that you ladies don't like, you all want us to shut the fuck up because we're about to blow your spot up.
Talk about it. No, talk about it. It's no problem with talking about it, but you're not talking about the whole entire. You're not talking about the whole.
You said we were breaking those two down.
You're not talking. Can I finish?
Poster child for what we're talking about. Z,
we're not talking
when you
about.
talk about men getting wrecked in divorce, why are men not marrying women?
Men. Why you gotta keep saying Brielle and Thunder Chicken? Why you gotta keep saying Brielle and Thunder Chicken? Talk about men as a whole. Talk about women as a whole.
Optics of a man falling for a woman's fame and that man being okay with it.
Y'all sound hateful. Y'all sound hateful. Y'all sound
hateful. You just nailed it, dude. It's because you guys don't want us talking about the optics as men. About divorce rates, about why men and women are. You guys don't want that shit. And when we bring up people who are perfect examples to break it down, as you said, yeah, you get triggered.
Oh no, I don't see no problem with talking about things like that. I'm saying what you guys are doing is you're dragging people through the mud, trying to explain your example.
I'm not the one that said I wanted to fight anyone, Sly. Both of them said they wanted to fight me, take me to Vegas. They called us harassers.
Look at all this stuff you're saying.
We never fucking went that route. We were talking about relationship and why this man and this woman were probably making dumb decisions and what could have possibly happened, and other optics such as what about the kids? What about that? No, dude. And then you get mad because whatever. And you know what? I'm crushed. You feel this way. But ultimately, I don't care and have to take care of myself. Well, then, that's Me Too shit. Why is Sly up here? Why aren't you up here, witness?
Because she doesn't have to explain her relationship to none of you clowns. That's why she's not up here. She don't have to explain nothing to y'all.
That's fine. We never said anything. We were talking about it.
You keep talking about why she won't come up here and explain herself. She ain't gotta explain shit to you,
lick your box. Don't think I won't talk about why did Lubass go all the way to Slice?
Y'all dropping. That's all you know how to do, Snafu.
I'm just saying, Sly. It's interesting you're triggered.
I think you're jealous that people have relationships in these boxes.
Are we harassing them?
You don't have no relationship with nobody.
Are we harassing them?
You don't have no relationship with nobody, and I think you're butthurt about it.
Is this harassment? What we were doing is harassment.
It's definitely harassment.
So there you go, Z. See? Weaponized bullshit. Me too. Fucking. That's why.
I'm not on no Me
I can care less if you're in your butt
I'm only speaking my opinion.
Equal rights, right? Until you fucking don't want them.
I'm not on no
rights until you don't want them.
I'm not on no trains. I'm not on no boats. I speak my opinion, and my opinion says that what y'all doing sucks big time. And if you want to be
harassment, you didn't say so. You said harassment. You better make sure that's in your fucking police report, or whatever you end up doing.
If you want to teach men, if you want to teach men how not to be simps.
How are you as a woman going to teach a man?
If you want to teach
how
females,
are you as a woman who's weaponizing your bullshit
I'm
It's
not
legal
weaponizing
harassment to
anything.
talk about your dumbass idea of marrying a fucking stranger and bringing your kids out there. Hell, you guys always say welfare check snafu. Maybe they should welfare check your bitch ass witness, bringing your kids to a stranger online
But
and bragging about it.
listen,
See, I don't
listen
go
to.
there though. I'm
This
just
is
being a
what I'm talking
realist,
about.
and you
This
girls
is
want to
what
get triggered. You women,
Snafu.
you little girls
This is
want to get
exactly
triggered.
what I'm talking
And
about.
then you're
You
gonna tell
bitches,
me how
you
you're gonna teach a
bitches,
man.
you this,
You're gonna tell
your
me how to teach a
children,
man. You're
you
gonna tell Z
bitches,
he's
your
harassing
children,
people, but you're
you
gonna tell him
bitches.
how to
Like, that's
be a
why you
man.
probably lonely
Yeah.
now, Snafu. You sound lonely. You
No, I love
bitches.
females. I have tons of
You
female friends. My
bitches.
female friends know who they are.
You
They actually are
bitches.
women though. They're actually
You
women. They're not
bitches.
little girls like you. They're not
I'm not a
weaponized
little
fucking
girl.
creatures.
I hold
They're
my
not
own,
weaponized.
Snafu.
They're not weaponized man haters.
I'm not a man hater. See?
Lie, you definitely are a man hater in a
How?
way.
When
Don't
did you
lie.
ever? When did you ever hear me say I hate men? Go
The
ahead with
box,
your
Red Bull box
imagination.
optics are high. Don't lie.
So when did you ever hear me say I hate men though? When? Have you ever heard me say I hate men, Snafu? Oh, quiet now, huh? Just because you heard me say I want to get my box eaten right out, you automatically assume what? Or somebody want to eat my box? Yeah. What? You mad because somebody want to eat my box? Lou want to eat my box? You mad about that? I bet you want to eat some box. That's probably why you mad at Witness, because ain't nobody trying to chase your ass down.
Trust me, if Witness is willing to get ringworm with that dude, I definitely staying away from that type of chick and that type of box.
But see how
Now,
y'all
I
hear?
know.
See
I'm
how
just being real. You act like she's something, dude.
Soon
Everything
as you
she's
hear,
presented is
soon
foul ass
y'all hear
chick
a little bit of
using a
news.
man.
Hold
Everything
Soon
she's
y'all
on,
hear,
presented
hold
is
on.
not fucking
I'm
of
gonna
a woman.
soon y'all
I'm
hear a
gonna
little bit of news. Y'all want to run with it. Oh, now he's got
I'm gonna put you
wingworms
on
and.
ice. I'm put you on ice. Slash. I put Snafu on ice. Now it's
All
your
right,
turn.
I'm gonna be
It's only
quiet.
fair. It's only
I'm gonna be
fair.
quiet. All right.
Hold on. I'm just gonna ice you for a bit. Not because it's just fair. Snafu. Here's the thing, dude. Like even Brielle's playing the narrative. Brielle literally had the balls to say to me this morning, the lady balls to say that I'm jealous of her. Like, see, that's the narrative, Snafu. It's like, because I'm discussing this topic, I'm jealous of her. This is the way these women have been engineered to think. Like they're basically like the end all be all in society, and we're supposed to worship the queen. You know what I mean? And like I'm jealous. Like in her head, Snafu, she really thinks that I'm jealous because I can't have her.
Right,
Brielle,
and the
I've
truth
never,
is,
hold
as
on,
a man,
Brielle,
I'm sure she
Brielle,
turns
I've
you
never
off.
given you a second thought, Brielle. I've never given you a second thought.
Well,
So
and
for
then
you,
plus what
yeah.
you've seen, Z, is that a turn on or turn off from what she's presented online of being a woman, or what you know, what a woman, like everything she's presented to herself is almost trashier than the hookers at the fucking street because she knows better and she's trying to do what she was doing to men, and so like everything that like you could just tell, and it's like. Nah, ugly inside outside, just as a man hater, a woman like playing her little woman card, like, and then the colors come out, and it ain't even about snafu now. It's like Z, why would women come watch your show now? Z, like that's the whole thing. It's like the mentality, and then what they say when they're triggered. And no, Z, I don't ever think you would be interested in a woman that presents herself. I see you more into those classier women that. Probably are a little more womanly or there. Like, I don't know. To me, that's kind of fun, laughable. Because most men who aren't simps are going to say red flag all over with that chick.
Well, and let's not forget, dude, like, Brielle was actively trying to exploit Thunder Chicken. That's what I actually think, dude, is like, to just try to find a man to kind of fit into some ideal that you have. She didn't give a fuck about Thunder Chicken and his personality. She had boxes that she wanted to tick in the moment, you know? She's all caught up in the Paul enslaved thing, and she can't have Paul, so she was like, okay, what's Paul? All right,
I'm in love with Paul enslaved. So here's what I want. Paul's a man on the land. Got it. Rights and freedoms. Got it. So in her little fucking, basically immature, stunted consciousness, she just took the biggest tropes about Paul enslaved, made a little mental list, and then found Thunderchimp, who's like the dime store version of Paul. You know what I mean? He's like the knockoff Paul. And then she just fucking all of a sudden decides she's going to go in some stupid fantasy world with Thunder Chicken. But yet you and I call it out exactly for what it is. And then we're, as she says, misogynist. You know what's funny, Brielle? I speak the same way for days and weeks and months on end. The reality is there's still plenty of women here. I see my analytics and I see my chat. You know why? I'm going to explain it to you, Brielle. Because subconsciously and unconsciously, you know you need to hear me and Snafu saying this shit to you. Because you can go anywhere in media, YouTube and elsewhere, and you're going to hear just what you want to hear, Brielle. They're going to tell you that, oh, you're right, Brielle, you're doing the right thing. Just be happy. Just go after these things. We're telling you everything you just don't want to hear. That's why you're all still here listening. Go ahead. Floor's yours, Snafu.
You know, honestly, after all these years and kind of realizing why men have chosen to not date and take care of themselves, or date, but not like take, like, I ain't gonna like tie down or none of that shit, or if I'm going to, maybe find a non-Western woman because the values and morals are different. My whole thing is in a way, you almost can't blame these women. You got to blame the man. And that's why Thundersimp, like, wow, like in a way, because, you know, the women are going to be the women no matter what. And that's what I'm saying. They can talk shit all they want about you or me. I'm sure you have plenty of women in your life. I know I got the amount I want or need. And if I want more, I'll give, you know, the fact is you could tell it's always the same narrative. And I think the men, we have to take a responsibility, and kind of like what we're doing here. And then when we see people like Thundersimp, like, it's because in a way you almost can't blame the woman for how it is now. I mean, you can, but I always usually, that's why I was more triggered, is seeing Thundersimp being okay with it, cuckolding, as he said. And what's sad is she was laughing. I mean, it was there. Like, you know, Paul was getting to the bottom of it in Paul's way, you know, blah, blah. But I mean, yeah, you nailed it 100%. These women don't like men talking about relationship advice or relationship optics, or men just being, you know, just straight up watching out for you, you know, whatever. And it's sad. It's sad. Sly, are you working on that police report for harassment?
Snafu, don't play games with me like that. I don't. You don't know me.
That's not a game. You said we're harassing. I actually asked you specifically. I never said
anything about calling the police.
No, I don't play games anymore. That's why I said fuck you and your weaponized bullshit. You and your Me Too victim mentality women bullshit can fucking kick rocks.
Guess what? I'm going to go kick some rocks right now. But I definitely know.
What are you gonna do?
I definitely know that if I have any personal situations, anything personal going on in my life, and I need to talk to somebody reasonable to help me understand, I would never ever come in these boxes and share anything.
You should actually thank me and Z then, because something you should have already known. You're an adult woman that you always got to bring up. I'm an adult. You didn't know that until me and Z and others showed optics of that. So you should really thank Z and Thunder Chicken and Brielle for showing you the real optics of the dangers of online.
Thunder Chicken and Brielle are grown adults, and they know how to think for themselves too. How about Brielle and Thunder Chicken are grown folks?
People are sheep, man, and like the whole
I'm not a sheep. I just think that people should handle their own affairs. I just think people should handle their own affairs. I just think people should be able to handle their own affairs. I'm a
Z, you
grown
just saved her
person.
from online
I
predators,
handle my
dude.
own
You
affairs.
saved
I
Fly from
handle my
online
own
predator
affairs.
activity, but she's
I
calling you
handle
the
my own
harasser.
affairs.
So Z harassed you, but saved you from online
I
predator
never said
activity. How does
I
that
never
work?
said Z harassed me with
Yeah.
anything. Did you hear me say Z harassed me?
Snafu's like a raccoon. You get one little breadcrumb and
Right,
coming
and
at you
run
for
with it.
more and more. Yeah,
Yes, but
running with it,
Christos, you're also
exactly.
a culted one too.
He
You're
expects a
also a
whole loaf
very
of
culted
bread
one
now
too.
after getting the little crumb. Once you give these
It's
people a foot in
okay.
the
I
door like
expected
him,
Christos to white knight for the
coming in
females
with a
here.
SWAT
Let's
team.
hear it. I expected you to white knight for the females here, Christos. I expected it.
Snafu, do you see the victim narrative now, witness? She says that she's crying, and now her oldest is just asking her what's wrong, which is funny, Brielle, because you realize you're like on the internet and it's like infinitely huge. You can be literally anywhere you want right now, but you're here crying and then basically victimizing your own children as they have to watch mommy cry, blaming me and Snafu for shit that you're not being accountable for. Snafu,
Right, and
What
it's
is she?
fucking hilarious,
What
dude.
does she have to be
This is
I will
accountable
actually really
say,
for?
good. This is
See,
just
she's
shows
what?
the
dissipating.
optics, man.
See,
And what
what
another
does
thing
she?
is she has the responsibility to that child. Why are you
What
putting
does she?
your issues on a child? You're gonna say, "Oh, these guys are making fun of me online because I'm acting like a dumb hoe."
Right.
Like I
Well,
put your
so
child in that
explain.
position.
Hold
Like,
on. Let
why
me
would we feel guilty that you put
hold
your
on,
child in that
Snafu.
position?
Hold on. That's a great point Snafu just made. Is that why don't you tell your child, Brielle, the truth? That you're being like cuckoo, right? That you created a bunch of like online drama because you're so deficient in your life that you can't help but just being online, culted up all day, forming relationships online, trying to make it into the real world. Did you tell your kids you were thinking about moving them to fucking Michigan to go live on a fucking cow farm? Did you tell them that? Maybe your kids should fucking be crying about that mommy was going to move them to Michigan to go live with Thunder Chicken. You're
Well,
taking no accountability for
maybe
your
she
life
set appointments
whatsoever.
up and got him booster shots for ringworm. You know, she was serious about moving out there. You never know, Z. But I don't see her
Z's
being
being
that.
a
I
lot
don't
more
see her being
sensible
that.
with the points he's
I don't
making.
see her being even that good with her children, preparing them for that. Even for you to sit here and try and blame the children bullshit and your fillers on us and this panel and the show and all that, that's you putting your child in that position. That's not me or Z. That's you. That's not anyone on this panel. It's not. That's you. So don't bring that bullshit on me.
Here's what she says now. She says, I can't believe so many of you would act like this way towards me. I thought I had friends here. I thought this was a community. First I get ringworm, and now I have to be victim blamed for being in love? What the fuck? Did she really just say that?
Wait, so she got ringworm too?
I don't know. That's weird. Here's the thing, witness. You probably need to spend a little bit more time away from this hashtag community. All right. And just because, witness, that you saw me as a panelist on Paul Unslaved's channel doesn't mean this is like Paul Unslaved's channel. You realize that, witness? You don't have rights to this channel. This isn't your community. This is Z Show on the Zetetic Warrior channel. I think a lot of you don't fucking understand that. And I think you're one of them, witness. And if I remember correctly, witness, you didn't have many great things to say about Zetetic Warrior show on Paulie's channel when you were busy sucking his dick metaphorically because you couldn't do it in the real world like everybody knows you want to do. So as you come here and say there's friends in your community, this isn't your community, witness. So maybe you need to go somewhere else. See how it works out for you.
You know what's funny, Z? I gotta say what's funny is when we act like men and talk like men, then we become the fucking woman hating piece of shits. And I love how they say, "Oh, you have no women in your life, no women." You know, since I've gone MGTOW, I found I've met more women in my life, had more sex, more beautiful relationships, more openness. Ever since I started saying, you know what, I'm not gonna focus on I'm gonna respect a woman for a woman and what she should treat a man like. I'm gonna go my way. MGTOW shit. But I love how we become the guys who can't pull women and we don't have women and see they really confuse what it means. And I know a lot of MGTOW guys who've been in relationships monogamous for years or not, just date or open or not. It's just funny to me how we become the I don't know. It's hilarious. Mr. Lubass.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
You're a woman too, like type shit. He
Bro,
tells me all the time I need to drop the MGTOW shit.
Hey.
Lubass says I need to drop it all the time, but that's because
Listen, I went down
white knight it.
I went down to the MGTOW fucking rabbit hole. Yeah, I get all that shit. You're right. But did you ever hear the fucking saying that throwing out the baby with the bathwater? Right? That's what MGTOW is. It's throwing the fucking baby out with the bathwater. If fucking women are all fucking losing their minds and creating shit for men,
not all.
Whatever, women are this and that today because of X, Y, and Z. Who gave it to them? Right?
I said that.
The men,
that's why I said Thunderstimp should have taken more. It was more Thunderstimp's fault than Brielle's. I said that. I said, in a way, it's not even the woman's fault. Did you not hear what me and Z been talking about?
I missed some of it, but whatever.
You're basically saying women.
I missed some of it, but that's fine.
Of course
if you said it, you said it. Fine, I get that, but you get that then.
Lou,
right?
Lou, you're basically taking all accountability and responsibility away from women. I thought we're equal, Lou. We have a woman vice president,
we are.
Right? Okay.
We're not equal.
All right. Well,
okay.
That's what society's telling everybody. I'm in America. I'm not in Canadian land like you. I have a female vice president.
No, that's what you're hearing, Z. Not what anybody's telling anybody. That's what you're hearing. And that's what you're deciding to go with. Right? Instead of, and then on top of it, you take and you throw the fucking baby out with the bathwater and go all the way out the window. When a real woman sees a real man, they fall right into line, generally speaking.
You just keep saying that over and over and over again. Everybody just keeps saying that. Where's the evidence, Lou? Because the evidence points to the opposite. The evidence is that shut up. The evidence is that 90% of the women, you ginzo fuck, 90% of the women are fucking 10% of the men. Even the married women, they might marry some simp for his money.
That's always been like that.
Right, that's the point. So how come when me and Snafu get up and talk about it, everybody wants to say we're misogynistic, we're harassing, etc., etc. When we're talking about the facts, when Lou says when a woman finds a real man, they just act right. That's not evidenced in history, Lou.
It is evidence. It's always been like that.
Right, everyone just says it over and over again.
Z, I get what you're saying, right? The system is set up right now we live in a gynocentric world. I get it. It's flipped from the man in charge, not in charge. I don't even want to use those type of words, where the man is the ordered. There's an order in life, right? There's supposed to be an order, right? The man is somewhat the ordered sex, right? Because he doesn't have all these changes of hormones in his body like the woman does. So the woman has changes, 4 or 5 changes a month of hormones that disorders her, I don't want to say things that I'm going to end up fucking looking like an asshole, but the chaotic sex is based on hormones, right? Because their hormones, that's just a fact, right? And so we're the ones that fucking drop the ball in the end.
Why are you cupcaking it here, dude?
I'm not
You're
cupcaking
trying to like
nothing.
cupcake the
I'm
optics
just
of what it really is.
stating the obvious.
The
Right?
obvious is you're not being a man and fucking
We're the
standing up to these
ones that keep
fucking women who
men.
fucking should be checked back to their place. And if they don't want to listen to you, that's fine. So you go your own way, and then you get your fucktards like you who blame people like me who say, "Hey, I just have a
Okay, all
different
right,
view of
okay, hold
fucking
on.
how
Explain
it
to me
works
what the
now,
fuck.
and I
What
would
is
rather
going
fucking
your
live
way?
happy than fucking shitty dealing with these fucking broads doing their dumb shit." And there's many
Steffu.
beautiful, great, amazing women out there. Not many, but there are. But the ones that aren't, like, as a man, you're gonna just white knight it and fucking, like they need to be, like, society needs to be checked in ways like, yeah, you're right, it's absolutely flipped. And what happens when you flip something? You flip fucking your table's flipped, you got to flip it back over, right?
Snafu, what happened to you to make you so incel it?
Yeah,
Me?
that's the senses I'm getting,
Yeah,
right?
why,
No, dude, dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what's hilarious. I've ever since I've had better relationships, better dating, better sex, but everything. Like the whole thing is it's the
Really
idea,
believe
it's the
that?
thought. It's not incel it. You guys are just white knighting some fucking bitches
Holy
that don't
smokes.
like the fact of men talking about shit that fucking involves them because it involves a woman. And they don't like the fact that men talk about it because they got to have a say about it. And then when you're like, well, we don't care about your say because we're just talking as men about it, then they go, blah, 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 blah. But then you got your little betas like you guys saying, I'm simping. I'm not the one going online saying I'm going to marry someone with ringworm and bring 4 children out there and fucking raise them on some stranger's land. I'm not the one who's simping and saying, yeah, I'm going to take care of 4 children that aren't even mine. When the
What are
woman
you
didn't even
mad
fuck
about?
me. Like, come on, bro.
I mean,
This
don't
false
bro me. I'm
smugness.
not white knighting anybody. I'm not taking up for anyone. I
I
actually
know.
don't really understand what you're mad about. Like, what is
I'm
the
not mad.
outrage?
Well, I'm mad that the idiocracy, you guys blaming me or Z and the weaponized. You guys sit here, neither of us have ever threatened, has said words like harass, did that. We're talking, right? We make joke, clown, whatever, talk shit, but you obviously see the difference here. And again, this happened yesterday. Thundersimp wanted to fight. Why? Because they brought it public and we were talking about public shit, real list. We weren't being Cinderella storied out.
And that's the other thing. Going off about these two for hours at a time sometimes is like, when does it stop? Right? They're grown people. They're going to fucking make mistakes. They're going to make mistakes on their own. Let them fucking do it, right? In the end, if Thunder
Yeah, let him do it, right.
let them do it, exactly.
Let
Lou,
them
you
do
already
it.
What do
Don't
you
Lou,
think?
fucking
How long
help
do you
them out
think
for
it's going to
destroying
take?
kids
you
in their own
hold
lives
on,
and
hold
have an
on,
opinion.
hold on. Lou, you
How
already
long do you
lived
think
your
it's
life.
going to take Thunder Chicken to
Lou.
figure out that he can't raise
Well,
4 kids that belong to
Of
someone else?
course. So what? We're supposed to just all sit there and watch these 4 kids get dragged through it? Are you kidding
Bro,
me, Lou?
if they're gonna get
No.
dragged through something, they're gonna get dragged through something. Their mother's in charge of them. So if she's gonna be an idiot, it's her problem.
Okay, so we're not
By
supposed
continuing
to
to
talk
go
about
on
it.
and on, you can talk about it,
you
but it
just don't
gets a
want to
little bit.
hear it.
It gets
Okay.
it gets overly fucking, like too much.
Right.
There's
Well,
gotta
then,
be
Lou,
there's
chill.
gotta be a point where we say, okay, let's get off of their situation and deal with the real facts are. And what are the real facts? Men are not being men and women are not being women, obviously. But if the men don't start, the women ain't never gonna follow. Never.
Yeah, Lou. So why are you trying to stop us from talking about it? That's the weird part.
I'm not
It's
trying
this
to
little
stop
thing that
you.
rises up
I'm
in
not
everybody.
trying to stop you. I'm just saying at some point it has to fucking, like, you have to say, okay, it's enough now. Right?
Okay, then why
Not
are
for
you yelling?
her and not for him. I'm yelling? Oh, maybe I'm too loud.
Yeah,
Lower me.
You're pretty. No, you're literally
Lou-
yelling in the mic. dude.
Lou,
Come
you're
on.
yelling, but I want to ask Lou. Lou's told me multiple times I need to drop the MGTOW gig. And I want to say, why do you say that to me?
You don't have to drop anything for me.
No,
Snafu.
you said it multiple times, so it's not even just
gotta
me.
do
Do you
you.
think that
Listen,
guys who are
the
doing that
MGTOW,
or choosing their own
I
way is
believe,
bad?
Yeah, it just shows how one-dimensional you are.
No,
I believe,
People
it
that
shows
want to
how
take on
cheap that
labels
you are,
like
and you're going
that
to continue to
and
let
ride
these
for the
fucking
cause
women run all
and
over
going
your
their
fucking
own
beta
way.
asses. I
Snafu,
knew he was
but
probably going to white knight
you
it
got
when they
this
came out.
smug,
Okay?
false sense of righteousness.
OTW is smart. He's been quiet.
No
Because
nuance.
I'm sure if he says
You
something,
have the
he'll white knight
script that you just run on a monologue. You just confirm it in your own mind, so you gotta keep speaking it out. You know, so this is what I said. You give him a breadcrumb, then he wants a whole bread loaf. He's gonna unravel this whole thing and reveal himself in the script that he's running with.
Wait,
Bro,
hold
the
on,
fact that he
Christoph.
run with MGTOW reveals itself.
Look, hold on,
There's
Christoph.
not much that needs. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, because Lou's smoking a joint, and I need to. Lou, are you? Did you learn to inhale the joint yet, Lou? Or are you still just puffing on it? Show us
Hold
an
on,
example.
I gotta change. Z, give me 1 sec. I gotta take these things off because one of them's dead now, and I'm starting to lose fucking hearing you. So give me a second. Let me take these
I'm
things
gonna
off.
cut you anyway. I'm ending the show.
Shut the
soon.
fuck up and let me finish. And let me show you smoke the weed, you dumb fuck.
Unbelievable. Now I got
Can you hear
Lou
me now?
Glowing.
I got
You
Lou
wanna see me?
producing my show.
You want to fucking hear me? See me inhale, bitch, or what?
Yeah, because I've never seen you do it yet. He smokes the joint like a cigar. It's crazy.
I smoke my vape like a cigar. I don't
You
inhale
did it again. You did it again. You didn't inhale.
Oh my god. Are you fucking retarded or what?
No, dude. I'm watching you not be able to smoke a
Let's do a
joint.
side profile. Watch you breathe in deeply.
You see how he puffs on it? He still didn't inhale. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna make
Yeah,
a
he's
big.
not
Yeah,
inhaling,
the
bro.
air
Come
went
on,
in.
hold on.
I saw it inhale.
We gotta
I
make.
saw him inhale it.
No, he's
He
not
inhaled it.
inhaling. He's not.
What
Alright,
the fuck
that
you
time
want?
Yeah, he inhaled
that
there.
time he
Pretty much a
did.
real-
For sure.
That was a real
It
one.
took 3 tries. Get out of here, Lou. I'm done with you. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh man, we got the OTW show coming up next. I can't wait.
They're telling me it was a Bree sock account the whole time, which doesn't matter. It doesn't change the topic. She said those things before. It's not. The topic is still the same otherwise. People need to get out of your fucking imaginations. All right, go in the back, Patrick, so I can give you your proper introduction here. You got anything for us, Christos, before we get to Patrick?
Nah, I appreciate you having me up. It's been fun.
Yeah,
everyone
much
go
love.
to OTWs after this. Yep.
Much love.
Salute.
Much love. Peace. Oh God, that was headache inducing. Everybody's so caught up in this thing. But I do feel like it's kind of interesting that when certain topics get, like, we can sit here and talk about so many things, but when a man tries to hold women accountable for their actions and behaviors, you see what happens. All of a sudden, it's the victim, Me Too, Babe in the Woods routine from all the ladies and all the white knight simps out there who want to come basically cap for all these ladies. It's insane. And it's too much. You know? I'm trying to show you guys in hypocrisy. You might not want to hear about Thunder Chicken and Brielle. I get it. It really is kind of stupid. But it's these examples that can be used to highlight these larger issues. Because the reality is Brielle had no love for Thunder Chicken. None at all. She was looking for a man who she could meet who was going to tick all the boxes that she had in her mind. Why should Thunder Chicken be subject to that? And why should other men who could potentially fall prey and victim to that, why should they be subject to that? So all you ladies who get up in your feelers when we talk about this, can you at least try to be objective enough to understand that basically Brielle was exploiting and using Thunder Chicken and nobody cared about it. And it begs the question, how many young men all across this world are being used and exploited by women who are being empowered and emboldened by the current cult of culture to do so. Why do women get so triggered and these white nightcap and men get so triggered when older men like Snafu and myself, who've kind of been through it and have some experience, try to speak on the subject and educate younger men? Why? Why is it so triggering? It begs the question. And I implore you women to try to take some time to step outside of your own emotions, your own egos. Maybe when you calm down a little bit after today's show, maybe when you wake up tomorrow, or you're kind of going to bed tonight, and really think about this situation and how the everyday man all across the world is just being allowed to be used, abused, and exploited through this antiquated legal system of marriage. Because we have an antiquated system of marriage trying to be used in a modern system of equality amongst the genders, and it leads to the disenfranchisement, the exploitation, and dare I say, the abuse of men all around the world. And y'all just want to make us all shut the fuck up and not talk about it. Mateo, floor's yours.
What's going on?
What's up?
Not much. I think you have more of a perspective because you saw what goes on in the medical field with these fucking women, these nurses that don't really know. All they know how to do is follow orders. And something happened yesterday to me, and these fucking bitches, they don't know shit, and they want to act like they're the authority. And then when you say, bring me a doctor right now, and they look at you and they go, ah! And then the doctor comes, he's like, yeah, he's right. And then they say, oh, he harassed me. He he was threatening me. And they call the cops do nothing. So isn't that a false claim? Because they're women? Gotta treat them better.
Well, what's interesting, all these women, Mateo, that make these false claims, does anything happen to them, Mateo? How about all these women that baby trap guys where they know that they have a baby that's from another man, but they're in a marriage or relationship? They get the simp who's not the biological father to sign the birth certificate, whether it's a marriage or not, and they hook these guys in for fucking 18 years, knowing what they did it the whole time, bro.
How many times have you seen that? I've seen it over a dozen times.
I've seen it in my own life multiple times, Mateo.
And you go to church and you see it. And that's like where it's not supposed to be. It's fucking crazy.
And women don't like to hear the truth, dude.
Exactly.
Because it's too true. It's too true. It makes them have to look at their history, their behavior. Remember all the devious, low down, dirty, rotten things that they've done to men, and they don't want to look themselves in the mirror and be honest and face the fucking facts. People just want to see men abused and exploited in this culture. And I'm fucking tired of it, bro.
I saw something yesterday on YouTube, and some black chick, and this guy asked her, isn't marriage legal prostitution? She says, in a way, that's 100% correct. And that's what they see guys as a fucking wallet. It's all they want. They want to be supported. They don't care about the actual love or whatever.
Right. But you know what, Mateo? If that's the case, because they just may be biologically programmed for that. That just may be in their nature. But here's the point, Mateo. Why do we all have to lie about it? Why are they showing us these Disney movies, these fucking rom-coms? Why is every masculine movie, why was Top Gun, the biggest military movie of the 80s, a love story? Why is every masculine movie that they ever present to us a love story? Because the programming comes from the top down.
You'll be like, oh.
Right. Well, and the men, dude, they're programmers. They want men to believe that there's this soulmate out there for them, that they're going to find this woman who's going to unconditionally love them, stick by their side through thick and thin. Remember the marital vow? through better or for worse until death do us part. They're just words. It's a concept that doesn't live up in reality. And when Snafu and Mateo and Synthetic Warrior and guys like us trying to talk about it, everybody wants to shame us, call us misogynist, and shut us the fuck up and telling us that we're in the wrong. No, you're all in the wrong. You're all the fucked up ones.
That all women fucking love the Titanic. That fucking movie, that guy died to save that woman. For what reason? Because he's a man. That's what they're supposed to do.
Right.
Fuck out of here.
Right.
Oh, I want a husband like that. Get the fuck out of here. You want some fucking cup?
Guys, you've all been brainwashed to believe in this romantic love. It was brought to you by Disney and Hallmark and your fucking favorite controllers at fucking Tavistock and all these other fucking social engineering, indoctrination organizations that have been controlling your mind through popular culture and mass media since they first instituted the fucking radio, then the TV, then the cinema, movies, and etc. And now the fucking internet is even worse.
The women are programmed and they pretty much become professional, like the feminists, they're all spin doctors. They spin it in their narrative. Oh, they've got to serve that.
Yep. Really strange. Really strange.
I bet you there's women right now that are hearing this and they're like, no.
But here's the thing, Mateo. No, here's the thing, Mateo. They're gonna say that here. They're gonna shout it out to themselves and elsewhere. But guess what, bro? They know it's the truth.
Oh, yeah.
That's the irony, dude. And all these women, they'll lie to each other, but they'll tell each other the truth sometimes in their most vulnerable moments. But they're not lying to themselves because they know it's true. Every woman listening to me right now knows that you and I and Snafu are speaking straight up facts. They're not going to admit it, but they know it's fucking true.
And you got these fucking Captain Save-A-Hoes that are like, the women, yeah.
Yeah, it's gross. All right, Mateo. Much love. Talk to you later. Mateo, everybody. Our friendly Philadelphian. He totally embodies the whole Philadelphia mindset. Don't call him MGTOW. All right, let's switch gears. It's time for the headline news. This is the part of the show where we switch gears and we bring up our friend Patrick from OTW News, and he basically gives us all the headlines from around the Truthiverse and beyond. So with that being said, let's welcome him back to the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on, not quite yet. We got to do this right. Yeah. Because he is zany, he's goofy, he's a little bit of a kind of a clown around type of guy. And here he is. Patrick, welcome back to the show, dude.
Yeah. OTW! Yeah! Welcome back to OTW Breaking News Alert. Top story, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Sovereign Soul having an open panel yesterday with Mr. Cage Reality, Mr. Toker, and Flow State, and myself was also there. Seemingly, Cage and Toker ain't able to hold a panel, gets kicked off by Sovereign Soul and not able to, handle the situation other than just kicking them out, which I saw coming. I was there. I saw it all happen. And Sovereign Soul doesn't have any patience with these kind of people.
Pat, why is your mic so low? I raised it, but I just raised it loud on my end. But
mic check.
Yeah, that's better, dude.
Here you go. How about that?
Yeah,
1, 2, 3. Mic check. Maybe.
Hold on. We'll get it, dude. Because I'm also adjusting it on my end. Let me
Put it at
maybe right there.
automatic. It should work itself out.
I did, but
Anyway.
it was too low when I had it there. But go
All
ahead.
right.
It's back to automatic.
So did you at least hear what I said?
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
I could lower your music a little bit, but I don't want to. You're still just a touch low, but we'll go with it.
That's odd.
Could be just me.
1, 2.
It could be because we had snafu up and everybody's screaming at each other, and I'm just like, my brain's programmed down to hear the screaming.
Mic
So,
check.
so you're basically
That
letting
better?
us know that you were on. First of all, how dare you come on here and promote Sovereign Slaves channel, dude? How dare you?
Well, the reason was because I noticed that when Cage and Toker couldn't hold the panel, I also noticed another thing: the fact that Flow State was there, and he's also modded on his channel.
Who's Toker, bro? I don't know who that is.
This is the new guy. That's almost another embodiment of Cage. It's like a copy of Cage. Seriously, this guy is like, if ever you meet him, you'll think right away. It's like, wow, he's like he came from the same planet as Cage.
Well, it's funny. I mean, I don't really blame Sovereign Soul Dave if he had to boot Cage or this other joker out of his stream. Look, if Dave's going for a certain vibe on his stream, look, you know as well as I do, Cage just loops on the same shit constantly. He seems like he's frequently drunk. He kind of just looks like he's lonely and wants to interact. But you pointed this out the other day, Patrick. He acts like he's fucking better and smarter than everybody, dude. All the time. Like he knows some esoteric knowledge. But really, he's just giving us Truther 101. Like he'll come up and talk about the Masons. He'll talk about the Hermetic principles, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. He'll talk about like electromagnetism and consciousness. He doesn't realize he's giving us Truther 101. Maybe Truther 102. But that's it. It's like, Cage, this high-level knowledge that you have is like, I just have like, that's like one of the tools I have on my belt. You know what I mean? Like Cage's whole repertoire of trutherism is like one little box that I have on my shelf of knowledge. And he thinks he's like the almighty end-all of Trutherverse. Sorry, Cage. So with Sovereign Slave fucking banned him? That doesn't surprise me. I fucking kick Cage off my stream all the time, dude. Pat, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm sorry. I was just checking my my sound to make sure everything was all right.
Hold on. Nathan Sanders is here, and I want him to come say hi to my audience because Nathan, I play your music every single morning, and whether or not you understand it, Nathan, like my audience is like they're endeared to you at this point, and maybe you want to just come up and say hi to us, Nathan. If you're not camera ready, that's fine. You could just talk to us, but chat, who wants Nathan to come say hi to us this morning? Because he's right. We're usually never. Yeah, I know Patrick does. If you're in the audience right now, Christos, why don't you tell Nathan how you want to talk to him right now? And if you're in my chat, if you know Nathan or you want to show Nathan some love in the chat, maybe you'll convince him to just come say hi, even if for a brief moment. Christos, tell Nathan why you love him so much.
Back when he was on the We Are Awake streams and I first heard from him, he had some of the most interesting stuff I had heard about with interdimensional beings, and I think just his like experiences he's had. So he always brought fire every time I heard him talk about this realm or things of a spiritual nature, or just quote unquote truth and knowledge of the sorts that we tend to talk about. He has a really unique perspective, and you can tell he has a good heart. So I haven't seen him. I know he's been like on Brian Staveley's, and I know he's probably been around, but I haven't heard from him other than the singing on Z's. So I think it'd be great if he came through and just made an appearance again.
Right.
Great, yeah. Much love, Nathan.
People are trying to say it's a fake account, but it's not. I just verified. It's Nathan. Why don't we do this? Let's listen to Nathan sing a song, and maybe he'll come up and give him a little bit of time to come visit us. What do you think, Pat? You want to sing along?
Yeah.
We're gonna all sing along to Nathan to kind of maybe encourage him to come up and say hi to us because you know, we've been wanting to see Nathan on the show for a while. He's got a lot to offer. I mean, and he's just generally like he brings an energy that I think we could all get behind. And let me see. Let me pull one up that's a very like singable one that we'll all know.
Well, what about the last one he made? Isn't it, a final countdown? Is it?
Hold on, but I don't have that one queued up, and there's ones that I really love already. You know, like I have like there's certain Nathan songs that are already like close to my heart.
He's gonna come up. Z, he's saying, "Let me get to my laptop."
All right, so good. Nathan's gonna be here in a few moments, and in the meantime, we're gonna sing a Nathan song. Here's why I like this one. You might even know this one, Christos, because it's kind of modern. Nathan Sanders, everybody. Let's listen.
Barbara's. I walked across an empty land.
Love this song.
I knew the pathway like the back of my hand.
You know the song, Pat, or not?
I felt
I've heard it before.
All right, sing along if you want. You too, Christos.
I don't know the words to this.
Sat by the river,
do.
And it made me complete. Oh, simple things, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go and talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go and talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know?
Bravo.
Apocalypse Cabaret.
Oh, that's a good
Bravo.
one, man. That's a
Bravo.
fucking good one.
Wow.
Here's the thing about Nathan, guys, is like, it's like he takes requests. So it's like he fucking sings all these songs in all these different genres, which, Pat, you're a musical guy, dude. You're a musician, and we've seen you play the guitar and sing. You fucking rip it, dude. So what I'm trying to say is like he sings all the melodies in pitch perfectly. It's like, does he know these songs? Or do you think Nathan is in some way just like so in tune with like that, I don't know, that artistic ether that he just like intuits the melodies and pulls it off so well? What are your thoughts, both you guys?
Well, he does have talent, and I believe that it's practice. And if he doesn't know the song, I believe he'll listen to it and learn it. That's what I would do. If I didn't know the song, I'd actually take the time to learn every single part of the song. That's how I am. I mean, I'd
Does he
learn the
actually do
drums, the
this?
bass, the guitar, the piano. I'd learn every single part of that song. So I know the whole, I'd be completely in tune with the song.
Is this a thing he does? Like, do we know if he, like, on the side, like, as like a hobby or whatever, that he's like been a singer, or is this just out of nowhere he started singing?
No, he's been
I thought
he's
you
a
talked about it before.
he's a playwright.
Okay, yeah, I
Right.
forgot that. Yeah. That makes sense.
So
He writes
he's a
plays?
Yeah. He's
You're
legit.
shitting.
He's a
Oh, he's cool as
playwright.
hell, yeah.
So he's had plays that have been in production, or I should say that have been, like the full thing, like they've been produced and performed, and then they've ran and stuff. So he's got the artistic quality to him. He plays the piano, and he sings. And that's it. And here he is. But I want to talk to I'm trying to talk to Lori S because she's been trying to communicate with me. Lori, if I don't want to let Nathan's in the back. Nathan, I see you. I'm going to let you up in a moment. So do your thing. Lori S, if you come up, I can give you my email in the backstage, Lori. I know we're having like so many problems trying to communicate with each other. It's kind of sad. Here's what I'm going to do. People want to see. Here's the thing, Pat. Hold on, Nathan. People want to contact me, Patrick, and there's certain people I would love to talk to, but I don't want my email to be like available to everybody in the public. Do you think, Pat, I should make a second email account that's like one that's more for the public? Is that what you think I should do?
You absolutely should have an email that you could respond to your audience to. Seriously, absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, and it's not that hard to make,
Yeah.
It takes 2 minutes. Boom, it's done. You have an email. Bam, you paste it in your description, and you can tell people like if they want to. I have like 2 different emails in my description. So one's like
I'm going to do this.
Collaborate with OTW News, so I have like the OTW News.
Pat, should I just drop my email in the comment right now? All right, Lori, you're going to have 20 seconds to get my email. I'm going to drop it in. But then I'm going to delete it because I don't want people. Yeah, here it is. Take a screenshot of it, Lori, because I just dropped it. I'm going to let Nathan up, and I'm going to delete it because I don't want any miscreants after this finding my contact information. Let me know you got it, Lori. Because I don't want Pat, I don't want my listeners to think like I'm ignoring them, like I'm too big to like talk to Lori. Go ahead, Lori. It's in the fucking chat. Tell me you got it because I'm going to delete it in 3 seconds. All right. Let me give him a proper introduction, everybody. Look, I'm going to clear the panel, and I'm going to let you back up, guys, all right? So don't go anywhere. Just stay in the back. I want to focus on Nathan. Nathan Sanders is a man that many of you may know due to his many collaborations with our good friend Brian Stavely, who we featured today on the show. Nathan, it's funny you're here, Nathan, because in the beginning, earlier in my show, I played an hour and 15 minutes that I did with Stavely regarding the Mandela effect from months and months and months ago. Now, Nathan Sanders is a huge member of the Mandela effect community, to the point where, like, if you're in the community, you by nature know Nathan for the most part. And I'm sure we'll discuss that a little bit when he comes up and all that stuff. But other than that, what can I say? You've heard him singing here like every single morning pretty much for the last couple weeks. And hey, let's bring him up. Without any further ado, Nathan Sanders. Nathan, welcome to Z Show, homie.
Thank you. It's great to be here, and thank you so much for sharing the Apocalypse Cabaret songs I've been uploading. I appreciate it. You know, I'm just curious if we all would sing, what would happen? I've been sort of
Right.
reconnecting with the power of the human voice. You know, what makes us special as animals? You know, why are we the way we are, and what can we do? And I mean, when you look at us, we're incredible. We can play the piano, we can sing, we can write songs, we can put on full productions, we can cast illusion so incredible people actually believe what they're watching is real, and they have real human reactions like tears or laughter when they know that what they're seeing is not real. It's an illusion. It's the presentation of a reality that's, you know. So to me, I started really seeing the line between reality and fantasy start to blur, especially once I started seeing the Mandela effect. Then I knew all bets were off and anything was possible.
Right.
Which is
This
what
is
I was hoping this reality would be from the time I was a child. I wanted it to be a magical, beautiful place. And instead, it was a hell realm. So, you know, what do you do when you're in hell? Well, I sing, I guess. You know, I started also, I don't know if you guys have done much research or know much about the Phoenix. And that's the whole story of the Phoenix, how it's released from the bondage of mortality and goes into an immortal state. Is it, you know, it prepares its final nest. It seeks the tallest palm tree it can find. And then it goes, and there's special spices that this phoenix bird will get. Mainly it's frankincense and some other ones. And it builds its funeral pyre in its nest. And then when it's ready to end this life and, you know, go up in flames and then rise again from its own ashes into paradise, that's when the phoenix goes into the paradise state again. For I think it's supposed to be 100 years or 500 years. It depends on the myth you're reading. But this bird appears in ancient Egypt. It's everywhere. And apparently the peacock is the earthly incarnation of the phoenix, and that's why for many years it's been a symbol for rebirth or regeneration, or immortality. But let's see, where was I going with that? But anyway, what it does is what actually gets the fire going is it begins to sing. And the phoenix sings this song that is so mournful, Z, that it literally stops the sun in its goddamn tracks. And it hears that cry, that beautiful, haunting song from this. And there's only one on Earth at a time, apparently, according to there can't be two at one time on Earth. And the sun throws a spark down of fire, and that's what ignites the nest. And then the phoenix fans its wings to fan the flames, and that's how that happens. So, you know, I've said everything there is to say. I don't know what else to say, Z, that I haven't already said. Now I'm just repeating myself.
So you might as well sing it. You might as well
so
sing
I
it.
just thought, well, you know, because what I heard was I heard a voice say, "Sing, Edith, sing." And that goes back to an old episode of All in the Family where there's a conflict. Edith wants to take the money in the change jar that they've saved for 25 years. And there's a songwriting contest, and she's written a song and she wants to enter this contest. You know, it's probably some scam in a magazine, but she's so innocent. She's like, Edith is like to me, she's the symbol of the magical human child, the innocence that we come here with, all of that stuff. And she wants to sing and she wants to, you know, but her husband, Archie, because crime's been going up in the neighborhood, and undesirable people have been moving in. You know, he was a very racist character back in the early 70s, you know. And that's why comedy's important. When we start censoring our comics, we're in big trouble, because you got to laugh here. This place is awful for most people. So anyway, he wants to get this little tape thing that will sound like dogs barking and scare if someone triggers the door or whatever. It's ridiculous, but that's what he wants to spend the money on. And there's a part where they're really fighting about this. The whole family is how the money's going to be spent. And finally he caves in because the other three want the song contest. and he's just exasperated. And Archie says, okay, when we're here and there's a home invasion and everybody's got a gun pointed on them, I'm just going to look and say, sing, Edith, sing, like that. So, and this is what I heard. And I used to sing. I was an actor before I went into playwriting, so I used to be on the stage a lot, and I did musical theater pieces. So I trained with a vocal teacher, very prominent guy in New York that an actress friend of mine was studying with, and she was a big star on Broadway, and his name was Paul Gabbert, and he started to teach me how to sing, but I could not. There was a block between my heart and my voice. I had a lot of self-hatred growing up, called, fag and all this stuff. This was the 70s and 80s. Anybody that was into arts or anything like that was considered, homosexual. And that's what the time was, that was the worst thing you could call somebody when I was in junior high school,
Right.
So, but anyway, so I started singing again, and I started thinking, well, where is my voice now? And what is the things that were in the way before that I didn't want to reveal, because that's what I'm saying. There's something very profound in the human voice and our ability to sing. And I would encourage everybody, get a fake YouTube channel and just start singing. Even if you don't tell anybody you have the channel. I just thought, what would happen if awake people who are truth seekers started to actually sing? One of the most human things we can do, and just put that vibe and that energy out there. So, I was encouraging people to send their own clips to me, and I would put them up, and I've got 3 people that, and I don't know, it's just, I don't know what else to do. What else do we do? I can't think of anything else that we have the power and control to do that we're not doing or haven't tried. We've done experiments to try to get this, because I don't know about you guys, but I do feel something big is coming. I think we're on the verge of some event, some revelation or some uncovering that's going to help us put the pieces together. I just feel we're treading water now.
Here's my thought on the singing and the expressing oneself through their voice, creatively. When we really, because Nathan, you and I'll just say, I resonate with many of your understandings about the nature of this realm. It's much less physical, so to speak, than we're taught to believe. And when you really look at, I spent an hour and 15 minutes talking about the Mandela effect this morning, okay? If we do live in a fluid reality, which it seems like it is, what does it really say about the nature of physicality? It means it's much likely more holographic than we perceive it to be. But what does that entail? That entails frequency, vibration, energy. What greater expression do we have of frequency, vibration, and energy than our voice? These powerful voices that seem to be connected to our emotions, to our very beingness. What other way can a human express themselves, or what better way than with their voice? It seems so natural. It seems so embedded in human nature to express oneself with voice, and the melody that we can express. I was in my old professional life. Many of you know what I did in profession, others don't, but I was a communications specialist. And what one learns very quickly is most of human expression, most of human communication is done not through our words, but it's through our vocal tones, right? So you can take it above the segments of speech. To express emotion, you use melody, intonation. These subtle aspects of our voice and our vocalizations are used to express so much more than our words merely can. Why do you think we use emojis? What is a message now without an emoji? You really can't tell what somebody's getting at. We use emojis because the segments of the words alone are vastly insufficient in terms of expressing our true thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Our voices have power. Nathan, it says that God spoke this existence in creation. It tells us in the first page of Genesis, God spoke this world into existence. He said, let there be light, let there be this, let there be that. Even in the New Testament, take it for what you want with the story of Jesus. We're told in John that the Word was made flesh and the Word is truth. The Word is our voice. I see, Nathan, and I'm going to give you the floor, a systematic, engineered, and overarching conditioning to destroy our creativity. They're more and more removing music programs from the public school indoctrination camps. Like you said, they make it seem quote unquote gay, or you're an F word if you want to be in theater, if you want to be in chorus, especially if you're a guy. Why this? They've destroyed music from the top down. It's basically AI writing it now. They're using vocoders, synthesizers, synthetic digital music. Do you see a systematic destruction of music? And what are your thoughts on that? How our voices are basically a representation of the macro frequency that creates this whole world. Go ahead, floor is yours.
Oh yeah, just put on a song, put on the #1 song in America right now, and then go back and put on the #1 song in America on this date in 1976, and listen to the difference. Right there will tell you, all the joy is gone. It's basically a degradation of what music used to be. Most of it's not even melody, and that's why I spend a lot of time going on YouTube, not looking at truther videos and stuff, because I'm at the point where, okay, I got the picture. There's knowing more details about this thing or that thing or going down another rabbit hole. It's really not how I want to use my time right now. I want to get myself, because I think if I were to die right now and be frozen in eternity as the Nathan that I am today, would I be happy with that? No. I want to get as evolved as I can, me personally. And when I say evolve, what I think it means is going back and reclaiming the lost magical child that we're all carrying around. That's the one that carries the wounds and the trauma and all that stuff. And I think we're always 8 years old in there. And so that's what I've been trying to do, get in and see. And that's the other thing why I'm recommending the song therapy. Because that's how I see it. That's why I do it every day. Number one, it keeps me from overeating because I have a terrible food addiction, which is I've suffered from since I was a child. That's stolen so many things from me, so many opportunities because of that one cross that I had to bear. Why me? I don't know. Why wasn't it something else? I don't know. But, anyone that suffered from addictions, what kind of hell that can create and what it can rob from you. And how difficult it is to arrest, especially when it's something like food, which is something you have to do. That's all. I understand it. Now I will say I recovered from anorexia. I'm 290 pounds. I used to, because it was easier not to eat, especially in the acting days. I was doing soap operas and auditions and camera stuff and all that. You had to, So I learned very early that this ego, this shell that we're carrying, is probably not the essence of what I really am. And that's going to be my struggle, is being whatever is spiritual and conscious in this form for this many years, in this kind of reality, with these kinds of traumas where you're never safe to really like I've said before, I don't think we know what it means to truly be human. I don't think we're in our natural habitat here. So we just don't know what a truly free human in its own environment, its own world, without interlopers and interferers and other entities or whatever, or dark forces. We just don't know what that would even look like. That's probably what the paradise state is. It's us just being human.
Yeah. Let me bounce this one off you, Nathan. Regarding what you just said about, have we ever seen the quote unquote human in their natural state? A lot of people like to think that we're living on God's green earth, so to speak, but that at some point this earth reality was hijacked by these ne'er-do-wells. But I have a different thought more and more about this realm. To me, this realm seems like a trickster, deceptive realm from its very foundations. I'm not really sure we're finding ourselves in God's green earth that got hijacked. This realm seems more and more to me like a deception from its very metaphysics. So then it begs the question, what is a true human? Were we in some way some type of maybe genderless beings of light? That in some, they say there was a fall of man. Well, if we did indeed fall, was the fall into the physical, the fall into this 3D fleshly world of matter? Because I agree with you, we don't seem like we really belong here. Nathan, just think of the connections we have with people and things. I'm so connected to my pets and animals that when they move on and pass away, I'm almost inconsolable. Now multiply that by when you lose a loved one, a family member, a parent, a sibling, a good friend, a lover, a partner. That connection, the pain from that is so overwhelming and is so destructive. It doesn't seem natural, because if we were more natural to this realm, we wouldn't have that connection. We'd be able to move on. It begs the question, are we existing in God's green earth, or do we find ourselves in a place that's much more nefarious? You know, they say that Satan or the deceiver is the god of this earth. Well, if he's the god of this earth, isn't it not his realm that we find ourselves in? Go ahead, your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that, if you have two creator beings, you have God, the creator, what we think of as benevolent and what we hope we sprout from. And then you have this dark adversarial force, that to me, if we were talking about something that has the ability to create artificial light, then that sounds like a human who has technology he has created that is so incredible it can literally create a false world and throw trapped consciousness in there and fuck with them. So we're not in God, we're in something some future human or some interdimensional being created using technology, just like we make computers. And this might not even be machinery. These beings could just think something and it exists.
Right.
So what happens if you have a creator being that powerful that goes rogue or loses its center, loses its heart, becomes corrupted in some way, like a virus in a program? I mean, it could be anything. But I'll tell you what my main theory is. I believe that we are all actors in some cosmic soap opera, that one being is writing, directing, and we are all characters in this story. And that is because I see, as a writer, as a playwright and a storyteller, I see the watermark of a creator everywhere I look, in every detail. And I think the synchronicities make sense that way, because you would have to choreograph these things down to the very second. Like literally, if you farted before leaving the house, you would have missed running into that old friend that you had just thought of the night, that kind of stuff. How is that done? It has to be in the plan from the beginning. So is this some sort of morality story that souls go through? It's a contained environment under control of a higher being. And what we think is actually people being hurt, they're not. It's part of the illusion to grow a soul, to fine tune, to become a pearl. Is this the irritation? And I was thinking, that makes the pearl, or the pressure that makes the diamond. What if the earth, this experience we're all having, as chaotic as it feels, is the actual flames of the fire that the phoenix emulates itself in? I mean, is that what we're going? We're in the fires of the phoenix, and what we do when we come out of this is we go into immortality. Because there's something about, you have to go to hell, you have to descend into an underworld, and that's in all the epic stories, right? Who was it that went in? Odysseus went to save his beloved. She got trapped in the underworld. What are the two things you can't do when you're in the underworld, or you'll get trapped? You can't eat and you can't drink. And we've all done that. So, like, I think of this is maybe Jedi warrior training, and that's why it's so hellish. It is completely, to me, under the control of something very powerful. And I would rather believe, now that may be just disassociation. So the horror of what I'm hearing and seeing and witnessing and seeing other humans go through, especially children, that is so horrific that can't even be real. You want to break off from that. It's hard as an empath to handle this kind of suffering. Because I'm like a lot of us, I feel it like it's me. There's no difference. If I hear something horrible happens to somebody, it's like it's my child. There's no distinction. There never has been for me. And that's why I can get really pulled in, to these tragics. And then maybe that's why I write. But what's interesting? The first play I wrote, and this is before I knew anything, before I had the near-death experience 10 years ago or anything. The first play I wrote that was commercially produced and successful in New York was about two swamp sisters in Florida that see a UFO land in their sugarcane field. And it was basically an alien abduction. So now here I am all these years later. I happened to move 3 years ago from Florida to New York, upstate in the Hudson Valley. I wind up in the same town where Tom Cruise filmed War of the Worlds, the scene where the aliens attack the ferry boat. That's right here on my street. And when I thought, okay, are we in an alien world? Is this an alien story? Are we humans in some alien fucked up construct? Like the Matrix type stories or Dark City or all, we have a lot of our stories are pointing in that direction. So that's what I'm thinking now. I'm thinking this is some alien construct that we're not even dealing with humans. And that's why it's an inhuman system, because it wasn't designed by a human.
Right. Nathan, these concepts, they're very difficult to approach. You and I seem to be, there's a similarity between us, Nathan. We are, as far as I know, you're not kind of like in a partnership. You're sort of a lone wolf, kind of like me. You don't.
I always
kinda,
have been. I always
right.
have been. And I was
So,
cute back in the day. Look,
I
180
bet.
pounds, 18, getting off the bus from the South. Oh, yeah.
That was the soap opera days. I guess my point is that for you and I to look at these concepts and really examine them for what they are is difficult. I see why people avoid these topics, the nature of this reality, because look, if I have a family, a wife and kids, and I have to go to my job and it's tough to look at these things because it forces you to make some really hard decisions about the way one is living their life, right? To break the barriers down of the indoctrination, of the things that we're taught, of our paradigm that we hold so preciously. To break down those walls is not without consequence. It almost kills some of us. It seems like it almost killed you. It almost killed me. So I'm not surprised, Nathan, that so few people are willing to address these hard issues because of the real life impacts that it has.
Well, that's why I think if you take the Bible story, and I just want to say one thing, because Brian and I, in the last show I did with Brian, things got really heated. I don't know if you saw that. I've been doing shows with Brian for 5, 6, 7 years, I guess now. And it was over a topic I've never brought up because it's not that important to me. And it had to do with politics. But see, that is a real trigger for a lot of truthers because see, I'm not perceiving this reality and all the things I'm learning and the people I'm listening to and trying to take in what knowledge they have. I don't see this as a conspiracy expert like Brian, and that's what they are. They're conspiracy experts. They know way more than I do about all of these different aspects to this effed up reality. I see it as a playwright. I'm looking at everything as a storyteller. So where my mind and imagination goes is the storyline, the twist, what could be happening, which way is the story going to go as a writer, as if I'm, because I don't know if I'm co-head writing this, I want to put in where I want this shit to go. I want a happy ending. I want the slaves to be set free and the captives liberated. So that's how, so if I see a political figure step up that I'm resonating with because of the storyline, and that it would make sense to do that at this time. If I was writing the soap opera called Earth, I would do this and this, or I would have to decide whether to take it. I have this guy assassinated, like his uncle and his father in the story. What would be the most dramatic thing you could do? That's why after Mandela effect, I think anything is possible. Whatever's doing that, and they can control who sees it and who doesn't, and who opens the invitation and steps into this crazy world we're all now in, where your feet are not on the ground. You don't even know where the hell you are. You've realized you've been lied to about everything that there is, that in your conscious, that they've put in here since you were an infant, is all bullshit. Once you get there, and then you question religion and the safety of what that felt like, that be in Jesus' arms. And what if there isn't a Jesus? And what if that's a lie? My sister's just waking up now. After many years of me, she said, I thought you were nuts when you were telling me Sex in the City changed and all that. But she saw Imodium in her purse changed. Now, she got that changed years after I did, but that's what did it. And now she's going down, and it's hard. And she's like, I can't handle the child stuff. I said, I know, Krista. That's why this is really hard. You don't have to go all into that. Just know it's happening. Pray for these kids and try to wake everybody up you can. Because the more of us know what's going on, perhaps the pressure will go. But you can't just say nothing ever good is coming from the political realm either, because we don't know what this intelligence is going to do next. If it wants to use a person for some purpose, and the Bible talks about the restoration. Before Jesus comes back, you got to restore. Elijah comes and restores all things. So to me, that's Elijah comes back in another body and he fixes shit, or at least gets things restored enough that 1,000 years can come. And why would you need 1,000 years? You're going to need 1,000 years just to heal everybody here and the shit that went down. This is the cosmic crime scene. I think the whole place needs to be blown up and us taken to another location. I'm sorry, I don't want to live here. It's a graveyard. It's a battleground. Once you leave Vietnam, you don't want to go back and stay there. I think this thing I think the time is on this, whatever this reality is, but yeah, I see it as a playwright, and I'm just going to put these little things there. That Kennedy guy that's running, that's going to be important, because we have two shows going on at the same time in the same play. We have a main stage show, and the people that are on the main stage show aren't us. Those are the figures that are the Shakespearean, the King Lears, the presidents, all of that, right? So, and then you have the little black box theater, and that's us, and that's our own little journeys and stories. Not that they're less important, but somehow all of that's going to come in and tie. You can't leave a string like the Kennedy thing. You got two brothers that were both assassinated, shot in the head and the neck. The name Kennedy means head armor, the armor a warrior would wear to shield its head. That's literally what their name. And neither one of the brothers had on the head armor, and they got shot in the head and in the neck. And if you look at their family crest, it's three men with the warrior, and it's only the neck armor up. So there's a third one there. So if I'm writing this story, I need a third Kennedy to now either be, I'm talking just in a storyline, or somehow survive some attempt or something. But you can't leave that thread of that assassination. There's been Mandela effects associated to the car and all that. That's bringing our awareness to that story, because it's important. Because how do people learn? Through narrative and story. That's why Jesus taught in parables. So I would suggest everybody start thinking of this as a story being written. And what do you learn? What better way, if you're God and you create beings, what better way to introduce yourself to those beings ultimately by showing them your personality and what you've created? This is a wild mind here if this is coming from one being's imagination, because when I had the near-death experience, that's what he said to me. He said, it's my job to keep you on your script. I said, what script? What are you talking? I said, wait a minute. Are you saying what you're showing me, you want me to write this as a movie or a TV show or something? Or is this real life? Is this what's going to happen to me and this is what's coming? He said, I said, is it a movie or is it my life? He said, your life is the movie. And that's what got me thinking. I started calling him the cosmic stage manager. And so that's what I think we're in. I think ultimately, as horrible as it is, we're all going to get out of here alive, although it looks like we all died. I think that's part of what makes this experience. You've got an expiration date. So imagine you take a soul that's infinite, never dies, and you put it into a reality where it actually is under the illusion now that it's going to have an expiration date. What happens to that soul under that kind of pressure? And you see what I'm saying? I could see the lessons here, that because I'm not the same person I used to be. I mean, look at the ways we change once we start this process of finding others and seeing if they are seeing what we're seeing. It's, and then the conflict comes and people have falling out. That's why I think AA, the 12 steps, their principle of putting principles before personalities, I think that's important. No, I think it's fun to play, and we're like family. You're going to have arguments and stuff, but just love the person, even if they make you angry. Try to always, that's what I'm trying to do, always stay in the love. That don't mean you can't have fusses and stuff like that, but these are our brothers and sisters, and we need each other, and we don't know what's coming. I think Mandela effect was probably not just to wake us up, but to bring us together so we would know each other. So when whatever happens next comes, the big whatever, we've all got a community and we're ready. We've already talked about different possibilities. We've thrown out theories and hypotheses and what we think could happen. So we've covered our base. So it's going to be hard for it to shock us. I think we're going to be, and then we're going to know what to do. And this world may wind up coming to us and saying, help. Y'all, we thought you were crazy before, but now we've seen this thing has happened and we're scared. What can you, then they might be ready to listen. And that's probably what's going to happen. But it's slow. If I was writing it, I'd push it a little, the pace a little. It's like Days of Our Lives in the 90s. My God, one day on that show was 3 weeks.
It's like whatever these archons are, whoever they are, it's like they're drawing out every last little juicy tidbit they can get out of humanity before they put the nail in it. I wanted to go back to something you were saying previously. The idea of trying to cultivate one's consciousness, because like you said, if you died right now, would you be happy with the energy that one is embodying? Because many of these ancient cultures spoke about is that the energy that you leave with is the energy you take. What did the Beatles tell us? In the end, the love you make is the love you take. I think it was Abbey Road. Wasn't it the very end of Abbey Road? It doesn't matter. But the point is, there's this idea that you create the experience moving forward. It's not your thoughts. It's not even your actions. It's the energy which one embodies that I believe will dictate their transition into whatever realm it is. So it begs the question, where are you resonating right now? Anybody listening or anybody out there? What is your current energy, the status of your beingness? Because if it's not where you want it to be, maybe focus on that. Like you said, Nathan, I'm done going down all these little rabbit holes because they seem to be never ending. Each question answered just leads to 4 more questions, which shows that to me, this is a fractal reality. It just keeps going and going and going into infinity, up to the macro and down to the micro. It really never ends. So what is the rational thing to do? To keep exploring outside of yourself and never-ending labyrinth, or to take account of oneself, go within, explore your consciousness, and then take the next step of forming and shaping your consciousness, just like an artisan would. You do it to yourself, and then when you are ready to exit this realm, you then transition and move to the energy frequency in which you are embodying. To me, that seems like the only rational thing to do at this point, because anything external, I think, is only going to be a deception. Go ahead.
Well, that's why I'm really suggesting the singing. even if you, I mean, I'm no Frank Sinatra. I'm an actor and playwright that can sing. I can get on stage and sell a song, and you can hear me in the back, and you'll hear what the words are, and I'll act out whatever it is the characters. You know, I can do that kind of singing. That's what I do. But what I found is I'll get to a certain song that I want to do, and all of a sudden, as I'm, you know, I'll usually run through it once, and then I just tape the second. Sometimes I don't even do it. Sometimes you just see the first time I try it because I like that spontaneity. But what'll happen if I get emotional, if there's something in that song that's hitting something really deep, and I start to tear up and lose my composure, I'm like, this is the song. That's got trauma in that. That is hitting something in here that's so deep, I don't even know what the fuck it is. But the song knows what it is. The melody knows what it is. The magical little human child in me knows what that melody is connecting. So what I do, I sing it until I no longer have that emotional connection. And I think what I've been doing, Z, is healing deep old wounds that cannot go with me where I'm going. I got to leave all that shit behind. That can't leave this realm because it's shit, and this is the shit realm. So I don't think we can take our shit with us. You know, and that's why I did the Salisbury Hill song, the Peter Gabriel song, where he says, you know, he had a mystical experience on this hill in the UK somewhere. I don't remember if it was Scotland or where he was, but he and then the song, the man comes, the being comes to him and says, "Son, get your things. I've come to take you home." That's this. It's his attempt to explain the mystical experience that he had, you know, and so that's what's been so amazing about the singing is I feel like I keep picturing myself as the phoenix. Symbols are very powerful. They can do more, I think, than more of a literal you know, perception or interpretation of something. So I think of this as these are the fires. This is clearing out. I have to come to peace with the fact that it was what it was. I can't go back and make it be any different than it was. The mistakes I made, I made. You know, there's a couple that still haunt me that I would love to get some kind of acceptance with so I can let it go. But, you know, I mean, not if you can get out of here without ever having really hurt another person, you're lucky. That's hard to do here. And that may be what this
Right.
is. We may be, you know, Z, we may get out of this and the being reads us and says, Z, I put you in a goddamn underworld, and you protected your heart. You still got your magical human child. You did not let them get to that and destroy that in you. That is your soul essence. And now where you want to do next, where you want to go. You know, I mean, it may be that simple. And then all of this is just, it's part of what we learned and it's forgotten and we move on. You know, like an actor, when you know, it's funny when you do a production and you're in the production as an actor, it doesn't really happen as much with the playwright or director, I've noticed. But when you're one of those and your ass is on the stage with them every night or whatever, you really form a bond through your rehearsal process, usually 4 to 6 weeks, and then the run, which can be 6 to 8 weeks, sometimes longer. You know, but then when it's over, it's like you think you're going to be friends forever, and then it's over and you just drift away from each other and you realize, and I think that might be what this is. It will feel kind of like an acting job that was long and but it's over and we learned a lot and we grew from playing that character and now we go on. I mean, are we phantoms of the opera? Are we wearing masks? Are we all the same person playing with ourselves? Like a kid imagining a world and just going into a little, you know, except this one is magical and can create an actual physical world. You know, how is this possible? But we know it can change magically. So, you know, that
Right.
if anything can happen, then we could literally wake up looking different tomorrow if this being wanted to do that. I don't see any limits to what it can do if it can, and I can say if it can change physical matter, move the, you know, organs, change them inside the body cavity while you just walk. Like, how is this happening? I don't know. I don't know the answers. I have a lot of questions, but I just try to keep everything on the table. You know, I have my theories and my hopes of what it is. you know, and I have my fears of what it could be. I don't want it to be, I want a happy ending for everybody. I don't want this to wind up being a dark story that ends dark. You know, I want a moment of clarity and vindication and understanding and the end of confusion. I want to know where I am. I want to know what the nature of this place is, what its intention was, why it was created, who created it, why am I in it, you know, why my family members are, why did we all have this experience together, what's our connection here, you know, why was there so much
Exactly.
evil, all this stuff, you know, it's stuff that we, you know, we have to ask ourselves. But you know, and on my
Mm-hmm.
own personal journey, it's been very dramatic. You know, I just had a big breakthrough with the kid. I finally figured out, I think, what my connection to that family is, because I've shared that on Brian's show. I have bizarre connections as I've gotten older, and I was never interested in him because I was too young for that. You know, he was assassinated before I was even born. But I knew about him, and I knew one of the Kennedy family members I met in New York many years ago when I was an actor, and but you know, never that much. But I started having these experiences that were very paranormal surrounding, like for instance, going to see my friends in Long Island, staying Thanksgiving week with them. And I have this thing I do. If I'm near a bookshelf, I close my eyes and just reach and grab a book randomly and see what it is. That's like a divination thing I do. I do that with music too, random music stuff, like on Pandora or whatever. Uh, and I grabbed the book. It was 11/22/63 by Stephen King, about the Kennedy assassination. That's, well, it happened to be that day that I'm pulling. It was the 57th anniversary of that day, and now I'm pulling the book randomly the first time I go to their house. So that got me thinking. Then I go get my car tag done here, and it's 11/24 on my tag, which is the date again. My financial numbers match the date, my car tag, stuff like this. And then I find out that if you watch the Zapruder assassination footage, the final shot that kills him is at 3:14. That's pi, 3.14. And we know pi is irrational and goes on forever and ever, like this reality we're stuck in. And so as I'm being born on March 14th, 3.5 years later, they are moving, exhuming Kennedy's body along with the two dead children, the son that lived only 36 hours and died, and the daughter that was a miscarriage. Literally, they break ground at 6:20. I'm born at 7:10 p.m. This is all at Arlington, and they are so. I knew there was some sort of connection. My parents married the day Marilyn Monroe died. So there, my father always called my mother his Marilyn Monroe. Patrick Kennedy, the baby that died, was born the very day after my father, a week after my brother Ryder was born. There's weird stuff. Kennedy Jr. took flight safety in Vero Beach, my hometown where I was born, where he learned to fly safely, which is how he died in a plane accident. I mean, it's weird. I
Right.
realized after I realized about, so I'm watching Silo, right? And I'm like, what do I need to know? That's what I say to reality. Reality, if you're conscious, help me here. What do I need to know? I'm watching an episode of Silo. They keep saying the name Patrick Kennedy. This is just a few weeks ago. I was like, Patrick Kennedy, who is that? And I thought something said, is he the baby that died? I go find out not only did this baby live 36 hours and died, because of the rare condition it had, and it brought and since it was a presidential baby, it brought all this attention to that defect that some newborns can have, infants. And because of that, millions of babies have lived who would have died because that baby only came for 36 hours. Who is that soul that did that? I have a theory. I think someone is coming back, a master, let's say, but they have to have a newer incarnation with new DNA. You see what I'm saying? If we're talking about being immortal physical beings, you're going to want the best version of what that was, right? To take into eternity. You're not going to want a 2,000-year-old body, because we're not the same as we were 2,000 years ago. You know what I mean? We've changed, we've evolved, probably in ways we can't even imagine spiritually. So
Right.
I don't think those
Which,
old shoes are going to
yeah,
fit. So I'm saying keep
it's
an
like
eye on
a
that baby. There's a story there. I think the story is going to be in our time. A being coming back from 2000, we're not going to know who that person is, but if somebody showed up and looked like John Kennedy Jr., like would have been his brother if he had lived, you can't deny that. That's like someone that died that's now alive. You see what I mean? I think that's where we're headed, Z. And I think that's why Mandela effect took dead people and redid their lines, because they're not dead. That we're
good take,
something that
Nathan.
was
You know,
created. You know what I mean? And that's why
Nathan,
we exist, but it can do what it wants with
Nathan,
it.
Nathan, you bring up a huge point, dude, with the synchronicities, man. There's certain things in this realm, in this reality, that are keys into the overarching metaphysics of this place. One of them to me is the near-death experience. Another for me is just dreaming. How we go to bed each night, we go to this sort of ethereal dream world. Another one is the astral projection, and another one is the synchronicities. These are the keys that show us that this realm is more than they're presenting to us.
Well, like, okay, so I'm here
And
three
go
and a
ahead.
half years. Guess what's right behind me and next door? St. Patrick's Rectory and Church. That name, Patrick, has been, and so Silo kept saying the name Patrick Kennedy. That's the only reason I went down that, and then realized, wait a minute, I'm next door to St. Patrick's Cathedral. I mean, church, and then the rectory where the priest is. Every Sunday I see him walk down. It's like that. There was something about that particular story that I needed to pay attention to, that was going to be important. And that's when everything started. So I'm driving home and I'm like, okay, is this baby what you need me to understand? There's something about what happened with that child and that family, and there's something about their DC. I think they're the King Arthur line. That's what I think. I think we should have had a Kennedy dynasty coming from the ancient Druid bloodline, who were the high priests of that civilization, where those people, that bloodline comes from. And so I think it has something to do with that. Instead, we got a Bush dynasty, which was horrific, and wars and death and all that destruction. I think if that baby had lived, because his father was killed 107 days later, it's just a weird story. Like there's
Well, here's
something,
the thing,
there's
Nathan.
something there. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I want to make this point with you, Nathan, is that the whole Kennedy presentation, the Camelot, the modern incarnation of Camelot. If you study Camelot and the Knights of the Round Table, it's often used as an analogy for the certain alchemical principles. You can even relate it to biblical principles. The Knights of the Round, there was 12 Knights of the Round Table, the 12 disciples, the 13th being the Christ, or the king, right? So when you look at this Camelot theme, it has connections to the Bible, which has connections to the astrology. You have the 12 zodiacal signs, with the 13th being Ophiuchus, which seems to be the sign in the sky for the time of the transition. When we look at Kennedy, Camelot, we see these things. It's almost represented as an alchemical story. Is it the alchemical elixir? Is it the trial by fire? You see commonalities, and it goes to what you're saying, that was the Kennedy story the modern incarnation of a story that's just been repeated over and over and over throughout recorded history, the same story being played over again, but just a representation of these underlying metaphysical and physical principles. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's why we go to the movies and we want to watch streaming things and we want to binge watch and all that. There is something in us that thinks that somehow some story is eventually going to give us the answer we're seeking about what this is and who we are and why we're here and what happens when we die and what is this all about. But literally too, there's a theory that the King Arthur thing, that was Jesus, that the setting of all those events did not happen in the Middle East, that they happened in Scotland, and because the Roman, they were crucifying people there, and that the whole story, that's why there's no record of Jesus where he was, because that's not where he was. The Edinburgh, it was Jerusalem. And when you read the description in the Bible, that's what it looks like, Edinburgh. It doesn't sound like they're talking about a desert landscape when you read the description. So there, and I went down that rabbit. I'm not saying it's true, but there's something there that perhaps that we have a story that's true, but so many of the details, including the location, the time and place, whatever. Because when the Bible changes were happening and words like castle and president and stuff were suddenly appearing in the 1611 edition of the Bible, I thought, okay, it's almost like it's trying to move the setting to another place in time. So who knows? But I think that family is the big stage presentation. We're the black box presentation, and it's all going to intersect in some really extraordinary way. If you're a good writer, you can't leave something dangling like that. That Kennedy thing has to be resolved. You have to do something now with that story, because like you said, it's obviously an ancient allegory, right? Like if you read East of Eden by John Steinbeck, that's an allegory.
It's one of my favorite books, by the way.
Oh, I've read it like 8 times. I fell in love with that book when I was
What did you think
like
about the
junior
movie?
high.
The movie was one of James Dean's only movies. James Dean only did a few movies.
Oh yeah,
East of Eden was one of them.
Yeah, and Joan Van Fleet played his mother and won an Academy Award. But I'll tell you what was better than the James Dean movie, and my friend Barney Rosenzweig, he produced it. It was the East of Eden miniseries that starred Jane Seymour, and it's the entire book. So you see the very beginning of him meeting, but Steinbeck wanted to write a modern telling of the Garden of Eden story. And I think that's what the Kennedys are. Go back, the ISIS story, you always have the king, the queen, the doomed prince, whatever. And there's so many tragedies in that family. If you just look up Wikipedia, Kennedy family tragedies, that's too many. That's too many for them not to be written that way on purpose. So yeah, I would keep my eyes on them. And I think, yeah, because that's a twist. Just when you think no help could ever come from any politician, boom, someone steps in that at least propels the main stage story further. We're going to have to get to the point where the bad guys start getting their ass kicked. Come on, right? We need some vindication, or it gets cruel. The storyline becomes cruel and evil, and the actors want to quit. Because that's what I say. If I signed on, where's the contract? I want to see where I signed. They're always saying, no, you agreed to come here, the New Agers and stuff. And maybe the only way I would agree to this is if it was for artistic purposes. If this was some sort of, if I loved the director and the storyline and the character he wrote for me, I would step in and play the character's entire life if the end result would be worth it and everybody would have benefited and that nobody was really hurt in the making of the movie. Like I say, at the end, no animals were hurt or whatever. That's what I'm hoping this is, that these horrific things we're seeing are actually inserts of some illusory way this story is being told, and not everybody's real. We could only have 1,000 real people in this, real actors. You just don't know. That's the thing. We need some insight. We need something to come and tell us that knows more than we do, or can get a message to us. Let us know what this is, but I'm feeling better about it. I went through 6 months of hell and near suicide attempt and everything. I mean, it got bad for me. I was ready to get the hell out of here, and I couldn't die. I tried. So that's not going to work for me. I know now I got to just stick it out however it goes, you know. But I did a 7-day fast, just a water fast. That was really big for me to do that. So
Good for you, man.
I would suggest
Yeah.
fasting, especially if you know, if you don't have any health problems. Of course, talk to your doctor first, but it did me a world of good to help heal, because they can't heal what was wrong with me. I was in so much physical pain for so long, no sleep, night after night,
Right.
agony. You know, these evil monsters won't give you any pain medication anymore. I think the elite are hoarding all the good stuff. You know, so here I'm a person that always respected pain medication, never abused anything like that to get high or anything. I just stuck with pot and alcohol, which I don't drink now, but you know, it was bad. And I know what chronic pain is like now. I know what people are suffering. It's an experience I hadn't had before. You go out of your mind, and the fact that they're withholding appropriate medication that can help people with pain, because some people can't handle drugs and get addicted, that has nothing to do with it. It's all about the insurance. If you prescribe narcotics, you pay a lot more insurance if you're a doctor or a practice than you do if you don't. And that's why they won't give them to you. They don't want to pay for it. It's such a evil. See, I mean, you couldn't make up a system more evil. That's why this has to be designed this way for some other purpose. You know, we
Yeah,
know
dude.
this is not random. You can't have something that stinks this bad and is this horrible for most people that are there. I mean, a regular horror show. I mean,
Well, Nathan.
I say if this ain't hell, I'd hate to see what was.
Well,
And it's worse because
Nathan.
they hide it. They try to disguise hell, so you don't know where you are.
Nathan, that's the whole trick, bro, is they want us to think that everything's random. They want us to think that the universe was created through a random big bang, and over the course of billions and billions of years, just by dumb luck, we're here. When it's a completely opposite story. The overarching reality is likely consciousness. This entire physical world is very likely just a perception that we're having, just probably a very narrow frequency band along the entire spectrum of reality. But listen, dude, let's wrap it up because we're way over time. It was awesome having you here, dude.
Early. Well, I'm glad I finally got up early enough to say hi and
Yeah.
join you guys. And just I want to tell you, I'm in your corner. Stay strong. I think we're going to get some help here. I don't think this is just going to keep dragging out like it is now. I think there's going to be a little, at least something to get us excited, maybe, hopefully, as a community. That's my hope. And I just say, stay open-minded. Don't, you know, we don't know what any, and then this thing may pull a fast one on all. It may be something we never even thought of by the time we find out what it is. But I think we got to keep searching and asking questions and,
right.
and you know, reaching out and trying to be supportive and just let everybody know you're not alone. We're all going through this together for whatever reason. It's, you know, we're basically having the same experience. And just try to, you know, keep your focus on yourself, do things that'll make you feel, you know, good, and work on your own issues. You know, if like I said, if this is the fire and we come out of this with immortality, I just want to make sure I'm getting a good start, you know, that I don't have all my earthly baggage with me, pulling me down and keeping me weighted here, you know. And I think that's why I struggle with the weight. It's like something wants to keep me physically here, though I don't want to be here. You know, I want to get out of here. I want to fly off. But the weight pulls me down and grounds me. I think that's a lot of what it is, you know.
Interesting. It's a good point.
Anyway, but this was great. Thank you for inviting me on. And I love all you guys. Keep up.
And we love you, Nathan. We love you, dude. This was such a special surprise this morning. And come back and talk to us sometime soon.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
We'll do
Anytime
this
I
again.
get up early enough, I'll definitely check in and say hi.
Yeah, we'll do it again, man. We'll do it again. And
Okay.
we all look forward to hearing more songs from the Apocalypse Cabaret, dude. We're really enjoying it over here. So keep on singing.
Yeah, I have
dude.
a really beautiful one I'm doing today called I Cried for You. It's a really beautiful song. A lot of people don't know it because she's not a very popular singer in our country, but I think I've done one other song from her. It was If I Were a Sailboat. That's Katie Malua is her name. But anyway, yeah, so look for that. I'll drop that later, as the kids say in the rap world.
Nice. And if you don't mind, Nathan, as we're leaving, we're going to have one of your songs to play us out, dude. Of course we're going to do that.
Hey, how about I just sing for you?
Well,
I'll just sing. Here I go. I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness. And I guess all those things I've always longed for. Gee, I'd like to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelets Walmart doesn't sell, baby. Till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby. I can't give you anything but love.
Beautiful, Nathan. Much love, brother.
Love you guys. We'll see you again soon. Take care.
Stay well.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Nathan. Well, guys, what can I say? When you're in the presence of greatness, it sort of speaks for itself. And when I say greatness, it means, look, there are certain people that have an energy of spirit. Some call it a soul. I call it a beingness. And just when you know, you know. Much love. Much love. All right, everybody. This brings us to an end of another Z show. This is one of the longest shows I've done in a while. Most of my shows are, 3 hours, 6 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. We went almost 5 hours today because it's a Friday. Because you guys know, we won't be here tomorrow. We won't be here Sunday. This is a weekday thing. So see you guys on Monday. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. And as always, guys,